Chapter 11 Assassinate Skillbook. Yao Yao was continuously placed in dangerous situations. Seeing this, Ni Yan quickly swam over in her direction. Yao Yao became even more nervous when she saw Ni Yan swim over. There were 3 monsters chasing her from behind. Perhaps if she relied on her excellent skills, then she would be able to slowly whittle away their health until they died. Even then, her hopes of survival wouldn't surpass 10%. However, if Ni Yan were to take advantage of her situation, she would essentially have no chance of living. Noticing the 3 water spiders repeatedly launching themselves at Yao Yao, Ni Yan increased his pace and closed in from behind. Gradually, he overtook one of the water spiders. With his dagger in hand, he leaped out of the water's surface and stabbed at the center of its back. Yao Yao turned around and followed Ni Yan's attack by casting Holy Smite. The spell connected and blasted the water spider's body, killing it in the process. She gazed over and stared at her savior. Since Ni Yan had helped her deal with the water spider, Yao Yao presumed he didn't have any malicious intents. Ni Yan directed his attention to another water spider, one that had only half of its health remaining. Using Vital Strike, he stabbed the spider in the eye and dealt 52 damage. In the blink of an eye, only one of the 3 original spiders remained standing. What a powerful attack! Yao Yao stared in astonishment at Ni Yan. In her mind, out of all her friends, she had never met anyone as strong as him. Looking again, he seemed somewhat unfamiliar. After Ni Yan finished killing the second water spider, he immediately swam over to the third. With 2 people against only a single spider, the situation immediately appeared to be much more relaxed. Yao Yao brandished the staff in her right hand and cast Holy Strike. The attack landed on the remaining water spider's body. Thank you. Seeing that the 3 water spiders were completely wiped out, Yao Yao faced Ni Yan and expressed her gratitude. However, she still remained on alert, just in case Ni Yan decided to suddenly attack. No need to be polite. It was only a slight effort. Hi, I'm called Ni Yan. Nirvana Flame. Ni Yan smiled brightly, and began to recall. In the past Yao Yao had been a very gentle and understanding girl. She was a very considerate person, though she was a little headstrong as well. For a girl, it wasn't too hard of a shortcoming to accept. My name is Yao Yao. Dark Mystery. Evidently, she still remained quite cautious. She had never met Ni Yan before, so it wasn't very easy for her to let her guard down. Ni Yan wanted to add Yao Yao as a friend and find out what she was doing here. However, so as not to make it appear too sudden, he wouldn't ask these inappropriate questions immediately. After all, Yao Yao was still a girl. Despite understanding that she remained cautious when facing him, Ni Yan still firmly believed that from his understanding of Yao Yao, the 2 of them could still become friends like before. Back then, after he became acquainted with her in the game, it was always her who would stay by his side, comforting and encouraging him whenever he felt really depressed or frustrated. The 2 of them still remained friends. However, a certain relationship had unwittingly occurred between the 2 of them. From thenceforth, the complications between the 2 could not be broken nor tidied up. Yao Yao quietly observed Ni Yan. Looking at him, he gave the impression of being very young and he didn't seem like a bad person. The 2 people didn't exchange any words afterward. Due to Yao Yao's cold nature, It caused the two parties to become somewhat silent. Today you saved me, so I want to thank you. How about we add each other as friends? Yao Yao broke the ice by speaking. You're welcome. So, why are you here farming water spiders? Ni Yan asked. This place was quite a far distance from any towns. Hence, few players would frequent this area. One of my quests is to kill water spiders and collect their water sacs, Yao Yao replied. As she began to recall the prior events, she thought, that was quite a close call. Just a moment ago, I nearly died to the monsters here. If I died, then these past 3 to 4 days of painstaking efforts would have gone down the drain. That's great. I also happen to accept a quest that requires me to kill water spiders. But to gather their fine silk instead. We should party up and kill these spiders together. The water sacs will go to you. And fine silk to me. How about it? Ni Yan suggested. Yao Yao remained silent for a moment. Then she nodded her head and said, all right. However, we both have to agree to one condition. If a person finishes collecting the materials they need, then they can leave at any time. She chose to put forth these conditions so if she felt Ni Yan were being useless when they were killing monsters together, she could leave immediately. That's only natural. I'll start the party. Ni Yan sent Yao Yao a party request. System. Yao Yao has become a member of your party. I have 12 fine silks on me right now. I'll give them to you. Just consider it a thank you gift. Yao Yao opened her trade window while she spoke. 12 fine silks is the equivalent of 36 coppers. Ni Yan shook his head in refusal. Are you meaning to say that my level's worth of experience isn't even worth 36 coppers? Besides, I don't have any use for fine silk anyways. Yao Yao stared at Ni Yan. Her eyes were quite large and round, while her eyelashes were slightly raised. She appeared to be quite smart and quick-witted. Yao Yao clearly showed that she didn't want to owe him a debt. Furthermore, she also came up with an idea to pay him back, since it was also favorable for him. Ni Yan didn't have any reasons to pester her more about it. Fine. Ni Yan confirmed the trade. Once Yao Yao was set on a matter, she would become very stubborn. Hence, Ni Yan didn't want to argue further and cause the atmosphere to become too stiff. That's more like it. Yao Yao let out a faint smile once she saw Ni Yan accept the trade. In this way, Ni Yan had taken a large step towards completing his quest. Ni Yan began organizing his inventory as he quietly observed Yao Yao. Compared to the time when the two had first met in his past life, she seemed slightly more immature. Her skin appeared white as snow, while the lake waters that had soaked into her clothes caused her tight-fitting robe to accentuate her curvaceous figure even more. Ni Yan distinctly remembered the day when they were in the dungeons under Fenart City. When Yao Yao had taken off her clothes, her bare and perfectly curved body resembled the carving of a goddess. On that erotic and lascivious day, both of them became completely dominated by the most primal of urges. However, they clearly understood, this was only a game. Neither of the two had the courage to approach the other in real life. After that event, they gradually returned to the roles of just being good friends. Only, that one instance had ended up turning into a magnificent mistake. It became a lifelong memory that could never be erased, submerging itself deeply within their hearts. Ni Yan and Yao Yao chatted for a while, talking about topics related to nothing but the game. However, The two still chatted rather amicably. "How about we start going?" Yao Yao blinked while staring at Ni Yan. Ni Yan's appearance could only be regarded as ordinary. Indeed, he was unable to compare to the several people on her team. However, the way he treated people wasn't bad. So in that sense, he was much more pleasing to the eye than her other companions. Two people hunting monsters was much faster than a single person alone. Ni Yan tanked, dealing with the monsters in the front while Yao Yao attacked from the back with Holy Smite and Holy Strike. A Holy Mage's damage output was really powerful. Compared to Ni Yan's damage, it was much higher, though naturally, when it came to comparing attack speed, she wasn't able to reach Ni Yan at all. Ni Yan's mind went blank for a moment as he began to recall those matters in his previous life. Immediately, he regained his focus. Those matters in the past were already over. He'll become good friends with Yao Yao again. However, he absolutely wouldn't make that mistake again. Si Yao was the only person who was engraved in Ni Yan's heart. After all, everything in a game is only an illusion. In the end, even the most harmonious of virtual lovers would also eventually part ways. "Have you joined a team yet?" Yao Yao asked. "At present, I still haven't." "How come? With your skills being so good, I wouldn't be surprised if there were a lot of teams competing to recruit you." Yao Yao felt rather puzzled. "I'm used to training alone. As for joining a team, I'll think about it in the future. There's no meaning in joining a team in the early levels after all." Ni Yan finished speaking and lunged towards a nearby water spider. Very quickly, Yao Yao followed up with a Holy Smite. Just as the water spider was about to make a move, Ni Yan's dagger had already stabbed into the spider's abdomen, killing it in the process. The pair coordinated extremely well and had a tacit understanding. This was the first time Yao Yao had felt so relaxed while farming monsters with another person. She couldn't help but have some doubts in her heart and wonder. Could she have met Ni Yan somewhere before? Nirvana Flame. Ni Yan. Nirvana Flame. Ni Yan. It couldn't possibly be him. Right? Muttering to herself, Yao Yao stared at the figure of Ni Yan's back. Dazedly, she began to feel he somewhat resembled a person she knew. TN. Remember, Nirvana Flame and Ni Yan, his real name, have the same pronunciation when spoken in Mandarin. Our team currently has only 17 people, so it's still not full. Do you want to join us? Yao Yao suggested. Although Ni Yan is only level 2, his skills are quite good. Big Sis Blue Feather, Yu Lan, would most likely welcome him gladly. I don't want to join any teams for now, Ni Yan said, declining her offer. Oh. Yao Yao felt a slight sense of disappointment. An Assassinate skill book for thieves dropped, Ni Yan said. It's a thief skill book, so you should take it then. If a mage item drops, just give it to me. We'll each take what we need. After having chatted for quite a while, the two gradually became more familiar. Thus, Yao Yao also wouldn't haggle over any drops with Ni Yan. Then, I'll be helping myself. Ni Yan gazed at the Assassinate skill book. Skill book. Assassinate. Skill description. Thieves gain rage after a successful strike. Required for use. Action. Requires weapon. Skill attribute. Hitting a target's vitals adds an additional attack +2. Rage +1. Combo count +1. Skill cooldown. 30s. Profession limitation. Thief. Warrior. Paladin can be learned by any faction. Ni Yan wasn't like those whom she had partied up with before. They would put on an act of sincerity and decline, only to accept it right afterward. Yao Yao's expression changed into a slight smile. While interacting with Ni Yan, she had unexpectedly developed a sort of familiarity that penetrated deeply into her bone marrow. Right here, she didn't need to act in the sort of manner she did in real life, always putting on many false facades. Ni Yan finished learning the Assassinate skill. Thus, his skill bar had another skill added to it. A thief's attack skills were divided into basic skills, combo skills, and finishing skills. Basic skills could be used at any time. Combo skills were used to obtain a combo count, and to build up rage when attacking an enemy. Vital strike and skills similar to it were classified as finishing skills. They were only able to be used after building up a sufficient amount of rage. Every additional point added to the combo count would give an additional plus 20% in attack. The upper limit for this combo count was 10 stacks. Once they were used, the combo counter would reset to 0. As such, this was the beauty of the existence known as the combo system. If two thieves possessing the same skills were to match up, the damage an expert-level thief would deal was often 2 to 3 times higher than the average thief, sometimes even more. Under ordinary circumstances, it was considered quite normal for a thief to have twice as many basic skills and combo skills than finishing skills in their skill set. After obtaining Assassinate, Ni Yan's rage was now able to build up at a much faster rate. One normal attack followed by Assassinate would build up enough rage to use Vital Strike. Ni Yan and Yao Yao became increasingly skillful in their coordination. Thus, the two of them acted more daringly as they accelerated the rate at which they hunted monsters. During the times when there were many opponents, Ni Yan would be dealing with 3 monsters at a time while Yao Yao frantically cast spells from behind. Her staff never stopped moving, continuously firing off holy smites and holy strikes. When she was out of mana, she would drink a mana recovery potion, as long as one wasn't interrupted by an attack from the enemy. A basic mana recovery potion would restore 60 mana in 30 seconds. The price was also inexpensive, so it was extremely cost-effective. How many water sacks have you collected? Quote, 52. How much more do you need? Quote, 8 more. It seems you'll be finished collecting 'em very soon. You probably haven't learned alchemy crafting yet. Right? After you've handed in your quest, go to Most Town 1. That place should have a hidden NPC who issues the quest called Rare Herbs. After you've completed the quest from the NPC, you'll be able to learn perfect alchemy crafting, Ni Yan said. Perfect alchemy crafting's effectiveness was a lot more powerful when compared to common alchemy crafting. I'm going to complete my quest so soon. Yao Yao suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. Hunting monsters together with Ni Yan was far more enjoyable than leveling alone. At the very least, she had a companion to chat with. 329.31. Chapter 12 Extra Income. Why learn alchemy crafting? Yao Yao, dark mystery, asked in a puzzled tone. Mages who don't learn alchemy crafting are certain to become poor beggars by the time they reach a high level. After all, magic potions are extremely expensive. The innate skill of a human mage is that they are able to skip a grade when creating magic-type potions. It would simply be too much of a waste if a mage didn't learn alchemy crafting, Ni Yan replied. Alright then. I've recorded the coordinates. Thanks for the recommendation, Ni Yan. After noticing the movements of a water spider just ahead of him, Ni Yan began swimming towards its location. It was in an area about 5 meters away. Though suddenly, he stopped and swam no further. The water spider in front of him wasn't exactly the same as an ordinary water spider. Its build was slightly larger than average. Water Spider Leader. Level 3. Health. 160/160. It's a leader monster. Ni Yan turned his head and said to Yao Yao. Can we beat it? Yao Yao asked. Ni Yan was more knowledgeable than her. So somehow, she was starting to get used to asking Ni Yan whenever she had a question. Just barely. Only. It's going to be slightly difficult. Ni Yan surveyed the nearby area. The open water didn't have any terrain they would be able to make use of. Not to mention this region was a haven for water spiders. If it's too dangerous, then we should let it pass, Yao Yao added. It would simply be too much of a loss if they ended up dying and dropping a level. For it would take 2 to 3 days' time at minimum if they desired to train back to their current state. Do you have any underwater breathing pills? Ni Yan asked. The water spider was a type of creature that could only move on the water's surface. Hence, they were unable to dive underwater. A fatal weakness of theirs. I don't have any more. I didn't carry enough and ended up using them all before. Yao Yao's expression had turned a shade of red. She hadn't expected that, while on this journey, she would be required to use up so many underwater breathing pills. If she did have enough pills, she also wouldn't have met with such dangers. She could dive underwater whenever she encountered danger. And there would have been no problems at all. I still have one more pill with me. Take it. Water spiders can't dive underwater. So you'll be the one attacking it first if you're forced into close quarters with it. Then dive underwater immediately. I'll be in the distance shooting crossbow bolts to draw it away. Once it's gone far enough, resurface and continue casting. When its health nears 0, we'll regroup and face it then, Ni Yan said after contemplating for a moment. Using this method, they could gradually whittle at the water spider leader's health until it died. I didn't see it before. But that head of yours is truly useful. Yao Yao couldn't help but stare at Ni Yan. In his hands, any sort of problem simply became a cakewalk to resolve. When I was younger, my IQ was tested to be at 206. Matters such as these are a mere trifle. Ni Yan smiled before swimming over to another side. Seeing the appearance of how pleased Ni Yan was with himself, Yao Yao couldn't help but break out into a grin. Really? This guy. Give him a little praise and he gets so happy. Seeing that he was about 20 meters apart from the water spider leader, Ni Yan signaled Yao Yao. She waved her staff and cast Holy Smite. The spell struck the spider leader's body, dealing 15 points of damage to its health. Health. 145/160. What's with this leader monster? Its defense is actually higher by a lot. Hiss. The spider leader let out a strange screech and began sprinting towards Yao Yao. Before the spider leader was able to reach her location, she could still cast one more spell. She began to activate Holy Strike. Boom. A beam of light exploded forth, falling from the heavens and smashing down onto the spider leader's body, causing it to lose 16 health. 129 160ths. Once Ni Yan finished arming his crossbow, 3 bolts fired out in succession. Put, put, put. All of them hit their target. -6, -6, -6. Health. 111 160ths. 3 damage numbers floated above the spider leader's head. Afterwards, he continued to rearm the crossbow. Having finished casting Holy Strike, Yao Yao saw that the spider leader had charged close to her position. Almost immediately, she dove back into the water. After Yao Yao had dove underwater, the spider leader had no means of getting to her. The spider leader was skittering back and forth fretfully on the water's surface, where Yao Yao had submerged. WHSH, WHSH, WHSH. 3 bolts arrived at their target, hitting the spider leader's head. Health. 93 160ths. Ni Yan immediately attracted its attention, and the spider went sprinting towards his location. Ni Yan anxiously resupplied his crossbow with bolts. Before he could even finish fully reloading, the spider leader had already rushed in front of him. He hurriedly swapped his crossbow for his dagger. Assassinate. Quote. Ni Yan struck out with Assassinate, stabbing the spider leader in its flank, dealing 12 points of damage to its health bar. Health. 81 120ths. The spider leader leapt forward and struck him, causing Ni Yan to lose 60 health. What a strong attack. If I suffer another hit, I'll undoubtedly die. Ni Yan originally wanted to fight it out for another round. However, when he was facing a danger of this degree, he didn't dare take the risk. In the next moment, he dove into the water. The spider leader's next strike hit empty air, raising its sharp stinging legs. It stabbed into the water below. Its legs were similar to arrows raining down and entering the water's surface. One struck Ni Yan and pierced directly into his shoulder. -32. A damage value floated atop Ni Yan's head. The spider leader had succeeded in hitting with one of its attacks. Soon after, another leg came piercing towards Ni Yan. Ni Yan did a quick roll within the water. The spider leader's awl-like leg pierced through the water, just past Ni Yan's cheek, causing a large streak of bubbles to emerge. Close call. Only after Ni Yan dived a bit deeper did he finally leave the spider leader's attack range. He had a little less than 20 health remaining. Next time he wouldn't confront the spider leader head-on. Sacred art. Quote. Taking advantage of the spider leader's attention on Ni Yan, Yao Yao cast her strongest spell, dealing 27 damage to its health. Health. 54 120ths. Are you alright? Yao Yao asked in a worried tone. She saw 2 very large damage values float over Ni Yan's head. I'm fine. The water spider leader's attacks are too powerful. By all means, do not get hit by one of its attacks, Ni Yan said while still having some lingering fears. He had underestimated the spider leader's attack capability and nearly died. Okay, I understand, Yao Yao answered back and continued to brandish her staff. Under her unceasing bombardment of attacks, the spider leader's aggro shifted back to Yao Yao. Once more, it charged in her direction. Holy Smite. Holy Strike. Quote. -15. Health. 39 160ths. -16. Health. 23 160ths. After Yao Yao finished casting another round of spells, she once again dove underwater. The spider leader irritably skittered around the water's surface. Ni Yan then fired off another 3 bolts, hitting the spider leader in its butt. Health 5/160. So after kiting it back and forth, the spider leader's health bar was gradually drained clean. Following Yao Yao casting one final sacred art, the spider leader's health bar dropped to 0. Its body floated above the surface of the water, shriveled and curled up. The entire process was simpler than they had imagined. Seeing the water spider leader meet its death, Ni Yan finally relaxed and sighed in relief. After killing it, his experience bar rose to 52%. What item did it drop? Ni Yan asked. Come and see. Yao Yao put the 2 items she just picked up into the trade window. Fine silk gloves. Bronze grade. Level requirements. Level 0. Properties. Defense 2 to 3. Magic plus 3. Weight 1.3 pounds. User restriction. Mage. Can be equipped by any faction. Rare fine silk. Raw materials. Quantity 5. You have the appraisal skill? Ni Yan asked. It's reasonable to say that recently dropped items should be unidentified. He would have never expected that Yao Yao, with her level being so low, had already learned the appraisal skill. Yao Yao nodded her head and said, correct. I learned the most basic appraisal skill. The gloves go to you and, since I need it, the rare fine silk to me, Ni Yan said. What difference does this rare fine silk have with ordinary fine silk? I wonder, will Physician Blevins accept this rare fine silk? Or not? I won't be polite then, Yao Yao said. Fortunately, those gloves were just what she needed. Having magic plus 3 as a property. To a mage, an increase in magic was the best property they could wish for in a piece of equipment. If it were placed in the market, it would go for at least 50 or 60 coppers. If one calculated, Ni Yan had received the raw end of the deal. Yao Yao felt slightly apologetic. But recalling that Ni Yan had also picked up the Assassinate skillbook earlier, she became less flustered. Yao Yao placed the rare fine silk in her trade window. Afterwards, both of them pressed accept. While the two were conducting the trade, they were both really close. Ni Yan glanced at Yao Yao's cheek. Her skin tone was as healthy as ever. Jade-like porcelain, so white. He couldn't find a single blemish. What are you staring at? Yao Yao asked in a panicked manner. Being gazed at by Ni Yan caused a deep red to emerge from her cheeks, lightly spreading across her face. Seeing Yao Yao's expression redden like a tomato, Ni Yan laughed and swam towards a nearby water spider. After an afternoon of killing monsters, Ni Yan had collected 23 fine silks, and Yao Yao finally finished gathering the water sacks she required. In a few days, my team will be hunting in the tree ant forest near Telek town. We still have a few spots. Do you want to join? Yao Yao pretended to ask in a casual and nonchalant manner. However, in her heart, she actually had some faint hopes and expectations that Ni Yan would accept. Tree ant forest is a small level 3 instance. It's one of the basic instances. The difficulty for basic instances is usually high. The final tree ant king is pretty troublesome as well. An elite monster. If a fighter's defense stat didn't reach 60, and their health wasn't at least 220, they basically have no chance. How many people do you have? Quote, including you. We have 18. 2 fighters. 2 berserkers, 2 paladins, 2 thieves, 3 priests, and 7 mages. How much defense and health do your fighters have? Ni Yan asked. If her team is skilled, there'd be no harm in going once. Tree Ant Forest drops quite a few good thief-related items. 53 defense, and 230 health. Their health is fine. However, their defense is too low. I'd still advise you guys to not go, Ni Yan said as he shook his head. The fighters' stats were lacking a bit. Why? Yao Yao opened her eyes widely, staring at Ni Yan in bewilderment. The Tree Ant King has a 2% chance of landing a critical hit. Therefore the fighter's defense and health must be high. The priest's heal skill also needs to be able to follow up. Otherwise, if a critical hit occurred and your fighters are killed, then your whole team will end up being wiped. Although you don't drop equipment or levels in an instance, you'll still lose 20% of your experience, which is enough to be unbearable for most people. How do you know this? Quote, Ni Yan faintly smiled, but he didn't reply. Although I feel what you're saying could possibly be correct. They've already been preparing for many days. I can't just refuse to go. Right? Quote, just listen to my words. Have your fighters get the defense to 60 first. Then you can go, Ni Yan said. If Yao Yao didn't listen to his warnings and went now, she was sure to lose 20% of her experience. Fortunately, 20% wasn't all that much. With less than a day's worth of training, she could gain it back. Defense of 60. It's only possible if we get another piece of bronze tier equipment. At the very least that's going to be too difficult, Yao Yao said while shaking her head. A piece of bronze tier equipment was at least, but not limited to, 5 or 6 times the price of ordinary equipment. At minimum, it would cost at least 3 to 4 silvers. Their team definitely didn't have such financial power. If you can refuse, then just refuse. However, if your friends really are determined to go, then there's no helping it. In any case, it's only 20% experience. Nothing more. Ni Yan, is what you said true? Yao Yao furrowed her beautiful brows and asked with concern. Ni Yan nodded his head and swam over to a nearby water spider that was off to his side. Yao Yao's intuition told her Ni Yan's words were credible. Yet she was still quite puzzled. How did Ni Yan know about this information? Could it be, had he already been to the Tree Ant Forest before? Even if he did go there previously, it was still impossible for him to obtain such accurate data so quickly. I've finished my quest, so I should get going. Today has quite enjoyable. Training together with you was very fun. Ni Yan, Nirvana Flame. How about we add each other as friends? So in the future, I can contact you again, Yao Yao said. In her heart, she felt a little reluctant to part. Ni Yan was the very first friend of the opposite gender she felt happy being around with. Of course, her intentions were for them to be within the boundaries of friends and nothing more. Sure, Ni Yan responded, and added Yao Yao to his friend list. I'll be leaving first then. Bye-bye, Yao Yao said while waving her hand in farewell. The figure of Yao Yao's back became increasingly distant. Once Yao Yao left, Ni Yan felt a bit of melancholy. However, very soon, he adjusted his mood and continued to kill water spiders. One after another, spiders continuously fell at the hand of Ni Yan's dagger. He looked at the time. Still 3 hours until the game closed. Pururu. 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 Ni Yan received a voice notification. Expert. It's me. Stone said via a voice message. What do you want? Ni Yan replied back. I have a friend who wants to meet you. I've been very busy lately. I don't have the time. My friend said he's willing to pay the 2 silvers required to obtain the guide for the fallen shaman camp. Did your team get wiped out by the wooden fences there? Ni Yan asked. That area was an extremely difficult hurdle. If you didn't know the trick to get through, then passing was extremely difficult. How do you know? Stone asked in surprise. Ni Yan had guessed correctly. He became more certain. Ni Yan had definitely beaten the fallen shaman camp in the past. Of course. I know. You guys want the fallen shaman camp guide? That's fine. First send the money over to my personal storage. A personal storage was the same as an account. Players themselves were free to access their own storage. They were even allowed to send money and items to another player's storage. But they were not allowed to take anything out. This, I'll have to ask first, Stone said. It was evident he wasn't the one making the decisions. After a moment, he sent another voice message to Ni Yan. My friend said we're able to send 1 silver in advance as a down payment. If your guide truly is effective, then we'll send the other half of the payment. Ni Yan thought for a moment and said, all right, that's fine. Due to Ni Yan having hit the mark several times on the things he spoke of, the other party was willing to do this trade. However, by paying first, they were taking on a huge risk. If by chance Ni Yan was actually a swindler, it would be the same as if they flushed their money down the toilet. Thus, they chose to send the first half as a down payment. System. Player Flying Stone has deposited 1 silver into your personal storage. The money. I've already sent it, Stone messaged again. He was a little bit nervous. If Ni Yan really was a scammer, then their 1 silver would completely go to waste. The first hurdle you'll face is by the wooden fences. There are 7 fallen shamans in that area. Don't send your warriors to tank. At level 5 and under, they'll be completely unable to resist a volley from 7 fallen shamans attacking together. Instead, send your thief over to the willow tree outside the fence and station him there. Tell him to use their bow or crossbow to shoot at the fallen shamans to the left. Remember carefully, there cannot be any mistakes in where you shoot. Only then will you be able to draw out 3 fallen shamans and kill them. After you've gotten rid of them, the remaining 4 should be much easier to deal with. The second important location is off to the side of the altar. There's a fallen shaman priest located there. When facing him, if you're not careful, you'll end up aggroing the fallen shaman leader as well. Once every 5 minutes, the fallen shaman priest will start walking around. Wait until it walks past the altar and arrives next to the obelisk. Then, have your fighter draw it outside to about 5 or 6 meters away, where you'll surround and kill it. Afterwards, you'll be able to kill the fallen shaman leader. If you still have any problems, just send me a message, Ni Yan said. This was taking another's money to help them avoid disaster. In any case, it was just a small instance. Very soon, someone would come along and beat it. So it was quite good that he managed to exchange some information for a bit of spending money. What's more, it was 2 entire silvers. That's all? Stone asked in a daze. That's all. Just this little bit of information was worth 2 silvers. Ni Yan had earned this money a bit too easily. However, This method for overcoming the hurdles was summed from the experiences of countless players. An average team needed to go through this instance at least several times before they could get a feel for it. In that perspective, perhaps the guide wasn't that expensive after all. Chapter 13 Golden Electric Eel. Kalor City Transfer Point. At present, a group consisting of 20 or so players were gathered together in a heated discussion. I definitely think that guy's a swindler. How could he possibly know the strategy for the fallen shaman camp? Quote, that person shouldn't be a swindler. Otherwise, how was he able to correctly guess where our party was wiped? Only by having a deep understanding of this instance could he have known where we would fall apart. Everyone had differing opinions. Hence, it was very hard for them to come to a conclusion. Stone. What's up? Has he said anything? Asked a warrior on the side. He was Sleepy Fox, the captain of the team. Stone then proceeded to pass Ni Yan's words on to them. A priest pondered to himself for a while, before looking at his teammates and asking, "Do you guys think his words are trustworthy?" Quote, "Hard to say." Replied a teammate beside him. The several hurdles they had to pass in the fallen shaman camp were too difficult for them. It was to the extent that they had all been wiped out before even having a chance to encounter the fallen shaman priest. We can't say for sure whether or not this Ni Yan, Nirvana Flame, has already beaten the fallen shaman camp with a team. He really is an expert. Remember the area where I was farming, near the fallen shaman camp? It was he who had told me about it. He said that he used to have a warrior account in the past, but he deleted it and made a new thief account. I have a feeling his old warrior account was around level 4 at the very least, if not. How could he know so much? Flying Stone said as he argued in Ni Yan's defense. In regards to Ni Yan's words, Stone held a firm belief in him. So we're gonna try his method then? Quote, everyone, begin your preparations. We'll be setting off in 10 minutes, the priest called out as he came to a decision. Big Brother Fox, are we actually going? Another mage asked. I believe his words hold some degree of credibility. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so knowledgeable of the fallen shaman instance. Let's give it a try. If that person ends up being a swindler, then I'll make him pay the price, said Sleepy Fox in a confident manner. Truth or lie, he was still able to distinguish the two. If it weren't for them getting wiped at the instance prior to this, he wouldn't have allowed Stone to contact Ni Yan for help. Ni Yan was still killing water spiders and gathering fine silk. The whole process was rather mundane and boring. He was in the middle of fighting against a water spider, one that was already on the verge of being defeated. Hiss. Eee. The spider let out an intense high-pitched cry. In the distance, 6 water spiders were alerted by the noise. Their movements showed that they were heading to flank Ni Yan. Simultaneously dealing with 2 spiders was his limit. Anymore. And he had absolutely no chance of winning. Ni Yan leapt forward. With a single vital strike, the lone water spider that had been surviving on low health was killed. As the spider fell, a single copper dropped from its corpse and floated into Ni Yan's hand. By that time, the 6 charging water spiders had already neared him. Without delay, Ni Yan dived into the water below and swam towards the lake floor. Upon arriving at the destination, the 6 spiders skittered about on the water's surface as they tried to find traces of Ni Yan. However, Ni Yan continued to swim a fair distance away. After about a minute, he felt himself start to suffocate. He turned his head and looked up to the surface of the water. Unexpectedly, the amount of spiders roaming around his location had increased in number. If he were to go up at this moment, he would certainly die. For the sake of not drowning, Ni Yan had no choice but to activate the underwater breathing ability of the water aversion pearl. He prepared to resurface after finding an area with fewer water spiders. A ray of light was cast down upon the lake, illuminating its serene depths. Near the lake floor, Ni Yan's eyes noticed a faint flash of golden light. His heart skipped a beat. It couldn't be some kind of treasure, right? In any case, the duration of the water aversion pearl's ability is pretty long. Ni Yan continued his descent, diving deeper into the depths of the lake. It was deep to the extent that one could not see the bottom. And the deeper he dove, the greater the pressure he felt bearing down on his body. Strange rock formations were clustered around the surrounding lake floor. Between these rocks were dim narrow passages where one's field of view would only extend to about 2 meters. Ni Yan was able to see a few black iron crystals and other types of ores covering the tops of these rocks. It was a pity he didn't have the mining skill. Thus, he could only leave them be. A stream of cold water flowed between the strange rocks, battering Ni Yan's body and causing him to feel a cold chill. Suddenly, a huge gold-colored eel came out from the rocks and swam past Ni Yan's side. The sudden appearance caused Ni Yan to jump out in fright. When he was finally able to see it clearly, he discovered that it was a golden electric eel. Just a while ago, that golden flash of light he had seen from above was actually this eel. The golden electric eel was a type of rare monster that ranged from level 0 to 20. Their temperaments were gentle and docile, so they never attacked the player first. However, if a player attacked them first, they would retaliate by using the back of their tails to release an intense electric shock. In the water, this was a powerful killing move. Though, golden electric eels would normally drop some good equipment when killed. At the very least, it would be bronze tier. Golden electric eel. Level 0. Health 80/80ths. Fortunately, it was only a level 0 golden electric eel. If the level were a little higher, Ni Yan basically wouldn't stand a chance. Ni Yan swam beside the eel and followed it closely. He was trying to find weaknesses as he observed its 3-meter-long body. The eel didn't seem to mind Ni Yan's existence in the slightest, to the point where it even swam a few laps around his body. It had been reported that the golden electric eel's weak point was its neck. Ni Yan swam over to check and discovered red-colored scales covering its neck. That's the golden electric eel's weak point. Ni Yan swam with the golden electric eel until they finally reached a narrow crevice between the rocks. Raising his dagger, he swiftly stabbed towards the eel. Dark red blood gushed forth as Ni Yan activated Assassinate while the dagger entered the eel's neck. -11. The golden electric eel never expected that the player beside it would attack. It struggled violently, wanting to break free from its attacker. Ni Yan firmly held onto the eel. However, its entire body was covered in a slippery mucus, making it very difficult to hold onto. The golden electric eel swung its tail and a powerful electric shock bombarded Ni Yan's body. -32. When the electric current struck, it felt as if 10,000 ants were stinging him all at once. He was unable to move as he felt his whole body go numb. The golden electric eel's attacks have a paralysis effect. In his absent-mindedness, Ni Yan noticed that the golden electric eel was trying to escape. Once again, with dagger in hand, he stabbed into the eel's body. The dagger was embedded near the eel's spine. He tenaciously held onto his dagger. The golden electric eel swam forward, dragging Ni Yan with it. Once again, another electric shock blasted his body, causing a damage value of 23 to float above his head. Golden electric eels were a special class of monster. They were even a bit stronger than leader monsters. If the eel's level had been just a little higher, then Ni Yan would have already lost his life a long time ago. Feeling himself almost lose consciousness, Ni Yan forcefully shook himself awake. The eel swam at an extremely fast pace as it moved through the narrow crevices between the rocks. Blood kept gushing forth from its wounds, dyeing the surrounding water red. After a while had passed, the golden electric eel once again let loose an electric shock, battering Ni Yan's body and dealing 16 damage. The amount of electricity within the golden electric eel's body was limited. Consequently, the more times it released an electric shock, the weaker its power would become. The eel dragged its attacker along, unceasingly attacking him as it swam about for 5 or 6 minutes. Ni Yan's health continued to drop until he was left with only 23 health remaining. With great strain, he managed to use a basic health potion. The repeated electrical shocks had paralyzed his whole body. Even making the slightest of movements was incredibly difficult. After finally becoming exhausted, the golden electric eel stopped. Ni Yan quickly seized this opportunity. Using the dagger in his hand, he activated Vital Strike and stabbed into its neck. The golden electric eel continued to struggle by wrapping itself tightly around Ni Yan. He felt himself start to suffocate with the eel completely coiled around his body. -5, -5, -5 1 by 1. These damage numbers floated above Ni Yan's head. His health had only 15% remaining. Seeing his health continuously drop lower and lower, Ni Yan quickened his attacks. The dagger in his hand unceasingly stabbed at the eel's neck. -8, -8, -8. The golden electric eel's health appeared to have finally reached 0. It gradually loosened its coil, then flipped over and revealed its white belly. Ni Yan finally broke free from the eel's hold. Using his right hand, he caught a piece of equipment that the eel had dropped. A pair of gloves. Soft leather gloves. Bronze. Properties. Unidentified. A level 0 golden electric eel should drop level 0 equipment. As for the properties, I still need to go back to the city to get it appraised. However, since it's leather equipment, a thief can definitely use it. Ni Yan placed the soft leather gloves in his bag space. Gradually, the paralysis effect on his body wore off. He also didn't know where the golden electric eel had dragged him off to. So Ni Yan began swimming towards the surface. As he swam through the dark narrow crevices between the rocks, Ni Yan discovered a small plant in the distance. It danced and fluttered about as it followed the movements of the currents. Lying firmly planted atop the rock, this small plant was half an inch in length, with 3 tile-shaped green leaves that were as soft as silk. Looking at its features, this should be water-scale grass. Ni Yan's eyelids jumped. There were 6 recipes for creating mana potions. Among these recipes, water-scale grass was the main ingredient out of the raw materials required to make them. Generally, The lowest tier of mana potion was worth around 30 coppers. Therefore, this water-scale grass, as the main ingredient, would be valued at around 20 coppers. Not far from where the water-scale grass was located, 2 red-colored water snakes emerged. Flower-scale water snake. Level 3. Health. 100 and 100ths. Ni Yan lingered by the side for a moment, waiting for the water snakes to swim away. Only after they moved away did he swim over to the area where the water-scale grass was growing. The plant resembled a gecko as it sat firmly atop a rock. Ni Yan finally plucked it and placed it in his bag. This ought to be an area where water-scale grass grows. Ni Yan began searching around the area, eventually finding 2 more water-scale grasses. Hey, pretty good harvest. Ni Yan swam up towards the surface until his figure broke through the water. Spending such a long time within that dark underwater environment was truly oppressive. At last, he could breathe a sigh of relief. His location was still within the water spider's territory. So, Ni Yan continued farming water spiders. By the time the game servers were about to shut down, Ni Yan had managed to pick up a paladin skillbook, Divine Light Slash. This was one of the beginner skills for a paladin. At the moment, its price should be about 30 coppers. His luck wasn't bad. The drop rate for the Divine Light Slash skillbook didn't exceed 1 in 10,000. Some people could end up killing water spiders for several days, and they still wouldn't find this skillbook. System. The servers will be shutting down in 3 minutes. We request that all players prepare to go offline. Ni Yan found an area that seemed safer than others and concealed himself within. After 3 minutes passed, his vision went dark. By the time he logged off the game, it was already 9 in the morning. A new day had begun, and people were getting ready for work. Due to the implementation of a 3-hour workday, 1 hour of work in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Their schedules were fairly relaxed. Students, on the other hand, were beginning the day's summer recreation. After finishing breakfast, Ni Yan began to exercise. His old man, having a military background, had harsh and strict expectations for Ni Yan. Thus, his foundations were pretty good. Back then, he persisted for 2 years in tempering his body for the sake of assassinating Cao Zhu. He employed special forces training that he had gotten from the internet. The training methods were extraordinarily abnormal. Due to being too old at the time, he missed the optimum period of time to train his body. Thus, the results weren't that amazing. However, he still had the ability to easily knock out 2 or 3 grown men. When referring to 2 or 3 grown men, Ni Yan was referring to adults who had at least some training. The increasing productivity had liberated people from the toils of hard labor. Thus, the modern man placed an increasing importance on elite, martial and intellectual education. Besides the core academic courses, electives such as kickboxing, taekwondo, and boxing could also be taken. Since people studied martial arts from a young age, everyone's physical fitness was pretty decent. At the very least, they would know a few martial arts techniques. Today, there was a never-waning abundance of huge martial arts tournaments of all kinds. Speaking precisely, the present society is one that promotes the martial spirit. He didn't have any equipment at home, so he could only do a few basic exercises. In the future, when his family would have more money, he could buy equipment and body-enhancing medicines. The effects would be much more distinct. He exercised for an hour and did 20 minutes of martial arts training. Afterwards, Ni Yan began to review his schoolwork. In this day and age, making use of one's knowledge was of the utmost importance, and the knowledge contained in textbooks covered just about everything, starting from small, such as simple physics and chemistry, to the large, such as manufacturing polymers, aircrafts, small-scale nuclear batteries, etc. All of these were covered. If he managed to put all of the knowledge within these textbooks to use, let alone manufacturing aircrafts, even constructing a mecha wouldn't be a problem at all. People in this age, with advancements of bioelectric stimulation in medicine, had an average IQ of 160 or higher. On the higher end, a person's IQ was even capable of reaching 260. However, throughout their whole lives, these people would still be completely unable to master all of the accumulated knowledge left behind by their predecessors. During high school, scoring 50 or 60% on a test paper could already be considered not bad. There wasn't a failing grade in these tests. However, every test mark would be recorded and entered into an individual's overall evaluation. Ni Yan, when he was in his first and second year of high school, was ranked among the top 3 in terms of academics. However, after he transferred from his school to a high-class one in the city, his achievements could only be ranked at the bottom. In this world, perhaps you could do plenty of things if you had money. However, knowledge is what secured a person's position indefinitely. Perhaps Ni Yan's father, using his money, could pave a future of brilliant prospects for him. Though, whether or not he was able to walk down this path, Ni Yan was still required to rely on himself. Chapter 14 Close Friends. Ni Yan studied for an hour, then went back to training. Whenever he was hungry, he would take out a portioned tube of nutrition tonic from the fridge and then go back to studying. He continued this cycle of studying, training, and eating until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Ring, ring. The phone in Ni Yan's home rang out. Hello, may I ask who this is? Ni Yan picked up the phone and asked. Ni Yan, how about we go out and play? I'm almost suffocating to death by staying at home. The voice Ni Yan had just heard belonged to Tang Yao. The pages in his memories once again began turning. Tang Yao was his best friend. The two had known each other since they were in diapers. Though Tang Yao's family eventually became quite wealthy, and they moved away to the city. However, their family ended up purchasing a villa near this town. So, every summer, he would come over to visit and stay for a while. Tang Yao. This person was an especially loyal friend. In Ni Yan's previous life, when he had become very poor, it was Tang Yao who braved the risks of being discovered by Cao Zhu and secretly provided financial support to him. This allowed him to pass those harsh days much more easily. However, Tang Yao had one fatal weakness. He loved frequenting bars and womanizing. One time while drinking at a bar, he got into a fight with another man over a woman and ended up being beaten to death by that person. Due to the other side's background being too great, the case was left unsettled. Tang Yao, you're still alive. This is great. In this lifetime, I will definitely not let that sort of thing happen again. All of a sudden, tears began gushing forth and pouring out of Ni Yan's eyes. Hello? Ni Yan. Don't just die on me. Say something. Where are we going? Ni Yan asked after restraining his emotions. Let's go to the PK bar. Are you interested? Recently, this conviction game has been really popular. Have you played it yet? Quote, I've been playing. I'm a level 2 Tempest Thief, Ni Yan replied. The PK Bar is a gaming and entertainment club where players can transfer their characters from the game and compete with other players in various scenarios. This type of duel wouldn't raise a player's level, nor would it affect their progress in the game. Only occasionally were players able to win 1 or 2 pieces of equipment through gambling with other players. Not bad at all. You've already risen to level 2. When did you buy a game helmet? Tang Yao asked, somewhat astonished. He remembered Ni Yan's family was not well off at all. I've had it for some time now. Let's head out then. We'll have a stroll over to the PK Lounge. I have a level 3 arcane mage by the way, Tang Yao flauntingly said in a somewhat proud tone. Ni Yan faintly smiled. 18 to 19-year-old kids all want to show off even the smallest accomplishments. Naturally, this was human nature. However, Ni Yan had already long passed that age. At the current stage, anyone who was able to rise to level 3 was a decently skilled player. Such players were in the top 10% of the player base. However, Ni Yan knew that Tang Yao's skills were still a bit lacking if he wanted to go to the PK Lounge. The number of experts at the lounge were not few. It was a place where all sorts of experts gathered. Us going there to play is fine. However, it's best if you don't gamble, Ni Yan said. From his memories, Tang Yao loved to gamble. Yet he would never win. Not even once. This never dissuaded him, however, and he continued to enjoy it. Luckily, the amount of pocket money Tang Yao had wasn't very much, so losing wasn't that big of a deal. With the current teachings, the head of the family wouldn't give their child too much money. This was to avoid having that child form bad habits and become a good-for-nothing in the future. Since when did you become such a naggy old lady? Hurry up. I'm heading downstairs. All right then, Ni Yan reluctantly replied with a hint of helplessness in his voice. He understood Tang Yao's character. Preventing him from gambling was definitely impossible. Ni Yan only wished to remind him to show a little restraint while he was by Tang Yao's side. In his past life, there was a time when he didn't go with Tang Yao because he had fallen ill and didn't feel well. He heard that during that time Tang Yao had lost over 3,000 credits. Ni Yan washed up his sweaty body, changed his clothes, and headed downstairs. That brat. Why is he still dawdling around? Quote, by the time Ni Yan came downstairs, Tang Yao had already arrived in his hover car and parked next to Ni Yan's house. Ni Yan pushed down the emotions stirring within his heart. He hadn't seen his friend in ages. The current Tang Yao was still the simple short little fatty he remembered. He and Ni Yan were of the same stature. It wasn't until their 3rd year of high school that they would grow in height. The handsome and confident Tang Yao from that time was entirely different from the one currently before him. I was taking a shower. Get in the car. Hurry up. It wasn't easy slipping away. And when I get home my old man's gonna call me to help him out with his work again, Tang Yao urged. Ni Yan opened the car door and got in. We haven't seen each other in nearly a year. Huh? You brat. You still haven't grown at all. You're the same too, Ni Yan said with a smile. This type of close and familiar feeling came back to him again. Tang Yao. It's been almost 3 years since we've last met. I lost over 1,000 at the PK Lounge yesterday. Now this young master is burning with anger. I definitely have to beat those several brats until they only have their underwear left, Tang Yao hatefully said. He stepped on the gas pedal, and the hover car shot forward as if it were an arrow. Those guys, were they Wei Kai's group? Ni Yan recalled. He remembered those several people were the neighborhood bullies. When he was still going to school in this area, he was bullied a lot by them. It was exactly them. Yesterday I wanted to vent out some anger towards them in your place, Tang Yao gloomily said. In Tang Yao's mind, Ni Yan had always been very cowardly and timid. The type who didn't dare to utter a word when they were bullied. Thus, Tang Yao was always very protective of him. However, he was unaware that the present Ni Yan was no longer the previous weak and afraid person he once knew. Yo! You've arrived, young Master Tang. And just on time. An 18 to 19-year-old youth came walking forward. He was dark-skinned, with a skinny build. The clothing on his body looked like it hadn't been washed in several days. Once he spoke, he gave off a delinquent type of feeling. His name was Wei Kai. Due to his dark skin, a shade that would make him seem invisible during the night, Ni Yan and Tang Yao had once wondered if he were of African descent. Secretly, they started only referring to him as black person, a nickname which ended up spreading later on. This caused Wei Kai to direct his hate towards both Ni Yan and Tang Yao. However, he was still a little afraid of Tang Yao, as Tang Yao's father was the CEO of Linzhou Airline. Someone he couldn't afford to offend. Consequently, from time to time, he would look for Ni Yan to start trouble with instead. There were also 5 others following behind him. Though they were a bit younger, they were all a part of his group. Oh, this brat Ni Yan also came. TSK. He still hasn't learned enough of a lesson from last time. Those several brats grinned maliciously as they stared at Ni Yan. In his previous life, Ni Yan heard that Wei Kai caused some trouble and was exiled to another planet. Afterwards, there was no more word of him. The current Ni Yan, after reincarnating, could barely be bothered to keep these few delinquents in his mind. Regarding the bullying he received back then, what meaning was there for him to collect his debts now? No need to worry. You have me here with you. They won't dare do anything to you. Tang Yao spoke in a low voice and attempted to comfort Ni Yan. Ni Yan nodded his head. Tang Yao couldn't help but look at Ni Yan. The latter seemed especially calm today. This brat. Looks like he finally gained some courage. Less bullshit. Did you bring the money? Tang Yao said to Wei Kai. No worries. I brought 2,000. However, you'll be the one paying for our entry fee today. Wei Kai took out a bank card, shaking it in his hand. Only 100 or so credits and you're making such a hassle about it. Tang Yao slanted his lips in disdain as ruthless words came out of his mouth. I'm not like young Master Tang right here who's so well off with money. Our little group of commoners has no choice but to bother about this small amount of money, Wei Kai smilingly replied without the slightest bit of anger. From an adult's perspective, Ni Yan re-examined Wei Kai. He discovered Wei Kai, although simply a delinquent, still carried an air of shrewdness about him. There were many people like Wei Kai, fumbling through society, gaining a lot of knowledge and experience along the way. God damn, isn't it just him having a rich old man? What's so amazing about that? Quote, the several youngsters behind Wei Kai couldn't bear Tang Yao anymore, and began cursing at him one after another. Tang Yao treated his friends very well. The reason his words were so unkind today was most likely because of Wei Kai and his group frequently bullying Ni Yan. Tang Yao ignored those several youngsters and walked up to the counter. He took out 200 credits, placed them on the reception desk and then said, "Boss, open up a private room for us. No need to return the change. Also, have the attendants send some drinks over. No Coke please. Room number 6. This is the card for your room." The manager handed over a card to Tang Yao as he spoke. "Please. You lead the way, young Master Tang," Wei Kai said while laughing. Then briefly, he swept his gaze towards Ni Yan. Their eyes locked. As they met face to face, Ni Yan stared back at him calmly. Wei Kai was mildly surprised. Today, Ni Yan appeared to be distinctly different than how he was in the past previously. Whenever Ni Yan met him, he would be timid and afraid. Yet today, he was unusually calm. The group of people went over to room number 6. Ni Yan and the rest entered the room. The interior was separated into 2 areas. Each area had 5 platforms with recliners and machines. Players could hold 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, 4v4, and 5v5 battles. If they wanted to hold larger team battles, they were required to rent out a larger room. Ni Yan and Tang Yao entered one area and closed the door. Their area and Wei Kai's were separated by a glass wall. "What level is Wei Kai?" Ni Yan asked Tang Yao. "A level 3 berserker," Tang Yao replied. Yesterday they had fought 10 matches, and Tang Yao only won 3 of them. After he returned home, he had his father's underling find him an arcane blast skill book, as well as a bronze-tier mage robe which he exchanged for his own. He was well prepared to beat Wei Kai in a few matches, and thoroughly return all the losses he had received yesterday. 10 matches. The prize for every match was 200. "What skills do you have?" Ni Yan asked. "For good or bad?" Ni Yan had played Conviction for many years. Even if you've never eaten pork, you'd still be able to recognize a pig. So although he never played Arcane Mage before, he had faced them countless times in battle. As such, he somewhat understood their abilities. Arcane Missiles, Arcane Fireball, Arcane Blaze, Arcane Blast, and Magic Return. Tang Yao spoke without thinking. He never considered Ni Yan to know a lot about Conviction, as he had already trained up to level 3, while Ni Yan was only level 2. "What's your health and mana?" Quote, 120 health and 150 mana, Tang Yao replied. His equipment could be considered decent for a level 3 arcane mage. "Has Wei Kai learned Provoke yet?" Ni Yan asked. He was really confused. With this set of skills, just how did Tang Yao manage to lose in his previous life? "He's learned it." No wonder. Ni Yan suddenly understood. After a berserker learns Provoke, if they were able to use the skill well, they could easily suppress an arcane mage. "It's about to begin," Tang Yao said as he put on his game helmet. Tang Yao was most likely going to lose. Ni Yan thought for a bit. He would continue observing for a while more. If Tang Yao started losing badly, then he would make a move. They swiped their IDs over the machine and then put on the game helmets. The machines here would automatically extract the player's character information from Conviction and duplicate it. They were able to conduct battles here, and since the data was only a copy, It would have no relation with conviction. Everyone entered the game. Ni Yan and those 5 youngsters were placed in an auditorium, and the arena chosen was random. It appeared the first one would be in the mountains. The mountainous terrain was especially advantageous for arcane mages. Tang Yao and Wei Kai both finished their preparations. Following the sound of a system prompt, the two began the battle. "Hey, brat. Long time no see. A level 2 Tempest Thief, huh? Not bad. Are you interested in having a match?" The one who spoke was one of the boys from Wei Kai's group. Ni Yan faintly remembered that this guy's name was Shi Feng. Stone Mountain. A level 2 battle thief. There was an essential difference between battle thieves and tempest thieves. Battle thieves had a more elegant title called knight errants. They were the same as tempest thieves in that they both had the stealth skill. However, when fighting, they placed a greater emphasis on combat. Usually, they used weapons such as daggers and had decent close combat abilities. The properties of professions are all unique. There was no division of strongest and weakest professions. Conviction had no weak professions. Only weak players. Ni Yan shot a glance at Shi Feng and said with indifference, "You're still unworthy. Picking such a skillless profession like a knight-errant. You have poor tastes. Seems you're missing a beating. Do you believe this grandfather won't give you one once we leave the game?" Shi Feng cursed back at him. He didn't expect that Ni Yan, who had always been a yes-man, would dare to speak rudely to him. Ni Yan raised his eyebrow. They were just a few brats. Nothing more. What did he have to fear? Even though his current body's health was a little weak, to the point where it was poles apart from his previous peak condition. By relying on his fighting skills, he would be able to deal with these kids who had barely reached adulthood, and still have energy left to spare. These good-for-nothings were a level inferior to Wei Kai. They were still a bunch of students. Yet they dressed like delinquents and poured obscenities out of their mouths, thinking of themselves as gangsters. They were very childish, though. In reality, being a gangster was also a type of profession that required skill to make a living. If you have the guts, then come out and fight me next match. Only one match. The stakes for this gamble are too small. I'm not that interested, Ni Yan said. Wasn't it too simple of a task to take care of Shi Feng? The brat's grown up. Huh? I have 300 here on me. Let's have a match. How about it? Shi Feng took out a bank card. Ni Yan. This brat's becoming more and more courageous. If I don't teach him a lesson, he truly won't know how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is. I'll only play one game. I've got 700. Ni Yan brought out his bank card. He swiped it to show the amount of money in the card was 700 credits. This amount of money, to the 18-year-old Ni Yan, was an amazingly huge sum of money. Any of you guys have money? Lend me a few hundred. Shi Feng turned his head and spoke to the friends beside him. I've got 200. I've got 100. I've also got 100. After borrowing 400, Shi Feng finally had 700 credits. He hung out with Wei Kai. But after all, he was still a delinquent and never had much money on him. Ni Yan glanced at Tang Yao and Wei Kai's battle. In the mountainous terrain, Wei Kai wasn't able to fully display his berserker's abilities, and the match was won by Tang Yao. The next match was in open plains. Tang Yao would likely lose this one. Let's go then. Ni Yan withdrew his glance. then spoke to Shi Feng. The scenery of the two people switched over. Soon, they appeared in a jungle. Thick vegetation surrounded them everywhere, and the two were separated by about 50 meters. "Little brat. Watch this grandpa teach you how to respect others." Ni Yan faintly laughed. He didn't even bother having a verbal showdown with Shi Feng. Shi Feng muttered, whispering to himself, "Why is Ni Yan giving off a feeling that would make others feel unsettled today?" Quote, "System. Match start." Ni Yan and Shi Feng both activated stealth. Stealth didn't equal invisibility. When a thief uses stealth, their body would melt into the background. If one didn't observe carefully, it was really hard to detect. However, if one concentrated their attention, they could still make out the flaws in the camouflage. Stealth was based on a thief's dexterity and their ability to hide themselves. Being discovered would depend on the other player's eyesight. At this time, the two were approaching each other. Ni Yan's footsteps were light and gentle. If he came across leaves and branches, he would carefully move around them. He left no footprints behind. After playing thief for so many years, if he were to be discovered by a novice like Shi Feng, he'd be losing too much face. Ni Yan's eyes moved like electricity as he scanned the area. On a branch in the far distance, there was a trace of unusual movement. Focusing his gaze, he was able to distinctly make out the vague figure of a person. He had quickly discovered his opponent's position. Shi Feng was moving about slowly and cautiously, carefully paying attention to his surroundings. However, to him, it seemed as if Ni Yan had disappeared completely. Shi Feng couldn't find any traces of him whatsoever. A thief's ability to conceal themselves was very closely related to their surroundings. The more complex the background, the easier it would be to find them. However, if the background was simple and only had one color, even if the enemy carefully observed, it would be very hard to discover them. Just like a stick insect sticking to bamboo, they would completely melt into the background. Even if a predator came up close to it, they would still be unable to discover anything. Stealth's effectiveness was also greatly related to a player's ability to control their movements. While in stealth, the route and pace you walked in were all things that required very careful attention. For Ni Yan, he basically didn't need to conceal himself in such a meticulous manner. The motions of concealing himself had become instinctive to him. These movements had long penetrated through the core of his being, down to the bone marrow. After 10 years playing as a thief, even an idiot would still turn into an expert, let alone Ni Yan, whose comprehension abilities could already be regarded as quite decent. Shi Feng brushed Ni Yan's side. Though, unexpectedly, he had moved past without noticing his opponent. "Damn it. Where is that brat?" Shi Feng muttered under his breath. He had yet to realize that he had already been exposed. Ni Yan trailed behind Shi Feng, following him closely. His gaze was focused on the area around Shi Feng's back. The dagger in Ni Yan's right hand resembled lightning as it swiftly stabbed towards the back of his unsuspecting victim. By the time Shi Feng felt something wasn't right, it was too late. Ni Yan's dagger had already arrived, penetrating deeply into Shi Feng's back. Schlink. Splurt. The dagger easily cut into him, dealing 31 points of damage to Shi Feng. Evidently, his defense stat wasn't very high. One attacked, and the other was being attacked. Immediately, The effects of stealth for both players disappeared simultaneously. Having finally discovered his assailant, Shi Feng turned around and retaliated. He slashed back at Ni Yan, sweeping his dagger in a wide arc. Shi Feng's dagger seemed to be just a bit short in length. However, that lack in blade length signified a miss as his dagger passed by Ni Yan. Vital strike. Quote, Ni Yan's dagger seemed to carry a cold glint as it streaked through the air, slitting Shi Feng's throat. System. Vital strike successful. Attack plus 5%, resulting in additional damage dealt. In one fell swoop, the 79 health Shi Feng had remaining was instantly depleted. His eyes were filled with disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. Thud. His body collapsed onto the jungle floor. The entire course of events had taken place in merely a few seconds. Ni Yan still had full health remaining. The corner of Ni Yan's mouth faintly curved into a sneer. He wasn't required to showcase even the least of his abilities to deal with this novice level 2 knight errant. Both of them were returned to the auditorium at the same time. Shi Feng. What the hell happened? Quote. Just how did it end so quickly? Quote. The several youths encircled Shi Feng and began asking questions. On the video screen, they saw the figures of both Ni Yan and Shi Feng in combat after they had come out of stealth. In that fleeting moment, they were basically unable to clearly see, nor understand, what had occurred near the end. Within the blink of an eye. In simply a few exchanges, Shi Feng had already collapsed on the ground. His movements were really fast. Shi Feng recalled their earlier exchange. Ni Yan had only made a few simple movements. Yet his speed was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Ni Yan had killed him in 2 strikes. One of them hitting him in the vitals. Inside the game, the system would assist a player's movements when executing skills. However, when it came to reaction speed, judgment, sense of attack and so on, all of them relied on the player's own capabilities. Shi Feng had a hard time imagining what sort of disastrous outcome would occur if the two of them were to end up fighting in real life. Especially if Ni Yan had a blade in his hand. As he stared at that person's figure, Shi Feng recalled all the times they went to him looking for trouble. He remembered how that person would always grin and bear through their humiliation without a hint of resistance. If that same person from the past had always been faking it, now that would be truly too terrifying. As he thought back to that dagger in Ni Yan's hand, Shi Feng felt a cold chill run through his heart. I lost. At that moment, Shi Feng didn't dare to refute his defeat. The facts were arranged right before everyone's eyes. Furthermore, he had also lost to Ni Yan's boldness during the fight. There was no need to fear those who acted arrogant and tyrannical. In reality, their tough appearances were merely poor disguises. Shi Feng was one such person. What people like him feared the most were those who possessed great strength and could endure without ever wavering. Shi Feng began to think of 4th Elder Lei, who opened a restaurant in Gatehead Village. He truly was an amiable and gentle person. In the past, this area used to have a bunch of gangsters who would frequently go to his place. There they would freeload food and vandalize the restaurant. 4th Elder Lei had always let them do what they wanted, bearing through their humiliation. There was a time when Shi Feng had gone to his restaurant in order to freeload food with 10 or so other people. By chance, they ended up meeting his daughter, who had just returned. 4th Elder Lei had grown into a hunchback. But that daughter of his was actually fairly lively and beautiful. Several of them couldn't resist trying to get their hands on his daughter. Fourth elder Lei begged for mercy. But those gangsters wouldn't have it. They started to tear off his daughter's clothes, which enraged fourth elder Lei. He grabbed his kitchen knife and cut down 3 of those gangsters. They were instantly killed on the spot. Then, with his knife, he chopped off Boss Yin's arm. Fourth elder Lei's whole body was covered in blood. Yet he remained calm and unperturbed, allowing the customers on the side to call the police. At that time, Shi Feng was so frightened he nearly urinated in his pants. Since fourth elder Lei had acted in self-defense, he was only sentenced to half a year in jail. After that, no one dared to cause trouble at his restaurant, nor lay a hand on his daughter again. People who could endure silently were the most terrifying. It was because if they were to snap one day, they would reveal their full ferocity, becoming fiercer than anyone else. Remembering the scene of that day, Shi Feng felt his body break out in a cold sweat. After experiencing something like that, Shi Feng had honestly and properly behaved himself for a while. Afterward, however, he began following Wei Kai's group. After experiencing the fight today, his whole body began to quiver. If they were to bully Ni Yan and push him to the brink one day, would he snap just as fourth elder Lei had? Would Ni Yan grab a blade and ruthlessly slash their throats akin to what Shi Feng had just experienced in the game? In the future, it'll be better if we don't provoke that guy anymore. He's definitely hard to deal with. Shi Feng warned the several people beside him in a solemn manner. Shi Feng, you can't be terrified after losing just one match. Can you? From now on, we don't know each other. One of the youths by his side cursed at him. The others around him had also exposed expressions of disdain. I'll still pay you guys back the money. As for the loss, it's no big deal anyway, Shi Feng said. He suddenly understood. Although people like them felt good when they often bullied others, there would come a day when all their debts are repaid in full. Just like that matter with fourth elder Lei. On that day, Boss Yin lost both his arm and his position as the boss. Now he could only make a living by scavenging for trash. As for those 3 gangsters who were cut down, they couldn't even make a living as they had lost their lives. Get out! Scram! Ni Yan no longer paid attention to Shi Feng and the others. He continued looking at the scene of the match. The competition between Tang Yao and Wei Kai was still in the second round. Since it was on an open field, this time, Tang Yao had lost his advantage. Eventually, he was killed by the slash of Wei Kai wielding his sword. One after another, the matches continued. After they had finished 10 matches, Tang Yao had won 2, while Wei Kai had won 8. As a result, Tang Yao lost 1,200 credits. Fuck. Wei Kai, that bastard, also learned a new skill. This time, it's the Berserker skill. Resist magic aura. This beating is truly depressing, Tang Yao said while he fumed with anger. Resist magic aura increased the player's magic resistance. A berserker with this skill was practically the bane of all mages. You know, resist magic aura only decreases your damage by a little bit. When you're PvPing as an arcane mage, your movements need to be quick. Secondly, you need to keep your mana expenditure at a stable rate. Third, your reactions have to be fast as well. Furthermore, when you were fighting, your timing for casting spells was incorrect, Ni Yan advised. In terms of strength, Tang Yao's arcane mage was stronger than Wei Kai's berserker by a lot. The reason Tang Yao lost wasn't because Wei Kai was more skilled than him by any means. Rather, it was because arcane mages had a higher skill cap. A skilled arcane mage could effortlessly toy a berserker of the same level to death. However, an unskilled arcane mage would easily be hacked to death by a berserker of the same level. Simple professions like berserkers, which were tanky hack and slashers, didn't require much skill to play at all. "You brat. I didn't expect that you knew so much," Tang Yao said in admiration. In retrospect, Ni Yan's words made quite some sense. After pushing open the door, Wei Kai and his group came over from the other side with Shi Feng following from behind. The latter glanced at Ni Yan with a somewhat complicated expression on his face. "Young Master Tang, it seems that your brother here is growing up more and more. Surprisingly, he even defeated Shi Feng." Wei Kai's narrow and slender eyes glanced over towards Ni Yan. In the past, Ni Yan had always been a well-behaved punching bag. Indeed, it appeared the Ni Yan of today and the Ni Yan from the past just weren't the same. Be it expression or temperament. There was quite a large change in both. Wei Kai switched the video on the screen over to the time when Ni Yan defeated Shi Feng in their fight. Afterward, he played it back in slow motion. The entire fight had concluded within 3 seconds. Looking at the screen, Ni Yan's movements and attacks were flawless and watertight. After watching the video, Tang Yao stared at Ni Yan with an astonished gaze, as if what he had seen was unimaginable. This brother of his, just when had he become so courageous and powerful? Just a few moments ago, you had a match with Shi Feng? Tang Yao was a little dazed. He still didn't dare to believe that person in the video was Ni Yan. Just a small match. He was too weak, though. Ni Yan replied in an unrestrained manner, not minding the people near him at all. Wei Kai gave a meaningful glance, signaling the youth who wore a flower-patterned shirt next to him. This action caught Ni Yan's eye. That person was called Li Yang, Wei Kai's right-hand man. "Brat. Don't get too conceited. Do you believe I can't beat you down?" Li Yang approached Ni Yan and came at him with a kick. His age was 1 or 2 years younger than Ni Yan. However, he was taller and more robust in comparison. Ni Yan was a little short. Combined with his poor nutrition, he was also very thin and weak. Ni Yan coldly smiled, then dodged Li Yang's attack. He followed up by kicking Li Yang's supporting leg, stamping on the knee joint. He was no longer the same youth who had been so easily bullied in the past. His current strength was not one bit inferior to a second-grade mixed martial artist. It was just that his body was still weak. However, when it came to dealing with wannabe gangsters like them, he had more than enough energy to spare. "Ah!" Li Yang let out a miserable shriek as he reeled back, stumbled, and then fell. That blood-curdling scream sent chills through the hearts of everyone who witnessed this scene. With this show of force, Shi Feng was reminded of Fourth Elder Lei. At that moment, he felt becoming an obedient student at school would be quite a wonderful and fortunate idea. "You're courting death." The several youths behind Wei Kai wanted to charge in and give Ni Yan a painful and thorough beating. However, they were all pulled back by Wei Kai. Li Yang's prior actions were simply Wei Kai's way of probing Ni Yan. Though admittedly, he was also greatly surprised. Unexpectedly, the timid and cowardly Ni Yan, who was always grinning and bearing through humiliation, actually had this kind of skill. From his experience, he had only seen those kinds of quick movements from a few people. Martial arts wasn't something one could quickly improve in only 2 or 3 days. It required long periods of training. Only then would one be able to slowly improve. Could it be Ni Yan's cowardice in the past? Was it all just an act? Why is it that no matter how I look at him, Ni Yan seems completely different today? Ignoring Li Yang, who was still clutching his leg and screaming on the floor, Wei Kai walked up to Ni Yan and said, "Young Master Ni, are you interested in playing a match?" He had even changed the way he addressed Ni Yan. After drifting through society for so long, he knew which kinds of people he could touch, and which he could not. Ni Yan had just revealed his skill, and completely put Wei Kai in awe. There's no harm in playing 1 or 2 matches. However, I won't play if the stakes are too small. Inwardly, Ni Yan felt unavoidably shocked. This Wei Kai was quite a character. The criminal bosses of the underworld acted outwardly kind in appearance, but commit evil deeds in secret. In addition, many of them would reveal astonishing talents when they were at a very young age, fostering them as they grew older. In his past life, he heard Wei Kai had actually become pretty well regarded. It was only until later on when he invaded another criminal organization's territory and caused a major event. Did he disappear without a trace? 1,000 a match. I have 3,000, Wei Kai said. He had brought out all the money he had. That's too unfair. A level 3 berserker facing a level 2 tempest thief. Don't you think you're bullying people too much? Tang Yao said in a dissatisfied manner. There was a difference in level, and it was a heavily armored warrior versus a lightly armored thief. It was obvious which side was superior. Quote, 3,000 a match. Ni Yan interrupted Tang Yao's complaints and spoke to Wei Kai. Fine. I'll keep you company then, Wei Kai replied. He didn't believe a level 2 tempest thief was capable of turning the tables on him. Ni Yan, have you gone mad? Tang Yao anxiously said. A level 2 tempest thief versus a level 3 berserker. Unless he was a heaven-defying expert who could bypass the level gap, he would definitely lose this match. I only have 1,400 on me. Lend me 1,600, Ni Yan said to Tang Yao while laughing. God damn it. If you lose, it's whatever. You still have to pay me back, though. Tang Yao angrily muttered back. I'll pay you back, Ni Yan said. Although Tang Yao's old man was wealthy, he still didn't get a lot of pocket money. Not to mention, it would all be earned through working for his dad. In this era, all high-class elites would educate their children in this way, making them earn their own living and become self-reliant. Bullshit. If you want to lose, just lose. Who wants you to pay them back anyways? Tang Yao swiped his card, transferring over 1,600 credits to Ni Yan. Thanks, Ni Yan said. Tang Yao was the type of person who had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. If Ni Yan lost, Tang Yao definitely wouldn't allow Ni Yan to pay him back those 1,600 credits. In his past life, Ni Yan had received too much of Tang Yao's grace. He had never once thought of letting Ni Yan pay him back. This is what a true brother should be like. Pull Li Yang up. We're leaving, Wei Kai said. The group of people headed back to their respective area in the room. Ni Yan. That brat. How did he suddenly become capable of fighting? God damn it. It hurts like hell. Next time I'll definitely find some people to beat that shitty brat to death. Li Yang walked over to the sofa and rolled up his pant leg. A large area on his knee was bruised completely black and blue. Don't waste your breath. He didn't even use any strength. Otherwise, your leg would have been broken. I want you guys to remember this from now on. No one is to provoke Ni Yan. If you meet him, I want you to hide far away. If any one of you stirs up trouble for me, don't blame me for not being polite. Wei Kai warned. Their school taught taekwondo, boxing, and mixed martial arts as academic programs. He was able to make out that the movements Ni Yan had made were standard in mixed martial arts. However, in comparison to the mixed martial arts that was taught in school, his movements were much more fierce and violent. When he took action, every movement would either cause serious or even fatal damage. Just what kind of person is this brat? He began to recall Ni Yan's former cowardly and timid manner. That guy's thoughts are really deep and mysterious. He was actually able to conceal himself for this long. Wei Kai felt a wave of coldness pour over his heart. How can we just let it pass? Li Yang unwillingly asked. So, what about it? You ask yourself. Are you capable of beating him? In the future, properly go to your taekwondo classes, and you won't lose so miserably next time. Wei Kai replied. Boss, it's about to start. A youth next to him spoke. Wei Kai put on his helmet. In the adjacent area, Tang Yao was carefully observing Ni Yan. After a long while, he finally spoke. Just a moment ago, I was being stupid and forgot to ask. Brat, you're actually not too bad. When did you become so strong? One move and you had Li Yang knocked down and rolling on the floor. Quote, I've been training at home for a while now. It's more than enough to deal with those guys, Ni Yan said. His body's strength really was too weak. Otherwise, his power wouldn't be this little. Li Yang and those good-for-nothings were like a bunch of pillows. Only Wei Kai would be a bit difficult to deal with. Even then, he still wasn't much of an opponent. You brat. You've certainly made me look at you in a new light. I'm still suspicious of whether or not you're the same Ni Yan I've known since childhood. Tang Yao said in quite a good mood. It doesn't matter how much I change. You're still going to be my brother. Ni Yan proclaimed. In his past life, even when he was at the lowest point of his life, Tang Yao still viewed him as a brother. Just as distance would determine the stamina of a horse, time would eventually reveal a person's true nature. For the sake of those words, let's properly have a toast when we get back, Tang Yao said while patting Ni Yan on the shoulder. Wei Kai's already waiting inside the game. Are you sure you can win? Tang Yao anxiously asked. No worries. Just watch and see. What? Could it be you don't believe I'll pay you back that 1,600? Ni Yan laughed, joking around with Tang Yao. Go have your match. As for money, that kind of thing is useless to me. Even if you lose, it's not like it's the end of the world. Besides, you don't get much of an allowance every month anyways. If you end up losing that 1,400, you'll be eating boiled rice for a whole month. Isn't that right? Quote, TN. Boiled rice is sort of like rice gruel. Putting already cooked rice in hot water and eating it like that. Pretty bland and tasteless. It's usually eaten by the poor. Watch as I toy this level 3 berserker to death. Ni Yan said with a confident smile. Good man. You're getting wilder and wilder. Tang Yao laughed. Two people wore their helmets and entered the game. When he re-emerged, the stage Ni Yan appeared in was an open prairie. There was an endless field of lush green grass. The dense underbrush was tall, roughly reaching up to a person's knees. My luck is pretty bad. Turns out it's a grassland stage, thought Ni Yan as he knitted his brows. However, even if he were in the open fields, he still had his tactics. The green background of the grassland served as good camouflage for a thief to conceal themselves with. The only flaw was that the dense undergrowth on the ground could possibly expose his whereabouts. The current stage is an open field. If you think it's unfair, we can switch stages, Wei Kai suggested. There would be a large amount of luck involved if they were only playing a single match. Different terrains suited different professions, and the open prairie suited warrior professions such as the berserker, who could freely charge around swinging their swords. Although Wei Kai was a bully, he surprisingly acted in a magnanimous manner. Doesn't matter. If it's an open field, it's an open field. Ni Yan grasped his dagger and entered stealth. His opinion of Wei Kai had actually changed by quite a bit. A gentle breeze blew past the open prairie, causing the tall grasses to bend in its direction. Gradually, Ni Yan's silhouette faded into the background. He has this much ability? Wei Kai felt his heart sink, his expression becoming solemn. He was observing carefully, yet he couldn't find any traces of Ni Yan's whereabouts. He wasn't even able to find any peculiarities with the thick grass on the ground either. Ni Yan did indeed have some skill. Wei Kai grasped onto his great sword and gradually drew closer. The shorter the distance between them, the easier it would be for him to find his opponent. Ni Yan walked alongside the wind, continuously changing direction in accordance with it. Even if he were to step on the grass, it would slant in the same direction the wind was blowing.
Chapter 16 Arrogant before, respectful after. Seeing Wei Kai draw near, Ni Yan gradually made his way around his opponent. He continued to slowly move until he was behind Wei Kai, and out of his range of vision. Then he began creeping towards his unsuspecting opponent's back, taking long and unhurried steps as he did so. Wei Kai turned his head, surveying the area in every direction. He was unable to find anything particularly odd. All he could see were endless fields of grass rolling about gently under the influence of the wind, like waves following the ocean breeze. Where the hell could he be? This was the first time Wei Kai had come across a Tempest thief who was actually able to employ stealth to such a perfect extent. It was reasonable to say that the thick grass beneath Wei Kai's feet was an easy place for a thief to expose themselves. Yet, Ni Yan seemed to have no issues hiding in the field with the assistance of stealth. Wei Kai carefully moved forward with his great sword held close to his chest, keeping it at the ready. He believed that Ni Yan must have been moving at an extremely slow pace, in order to remain unexposed while stealthed. Hence, he came to the conclusion that Ni Yan was most likely some distance ahead of him. However, he remained unaware of the fact that Ni Yan was already behind him, having circled around a long time ago. Approximately 3 meters were between Ni Yan and Wei Kai's back. Suddenly, a large gust of wind blew forth, turning the gentle breeze into a howling gale. Just as the wind began to howl as if he had been waiting for that exact moment, Ni Yan abruptly sprinted forwards. The dagger in his grasp resembled lightning as it struck out, speeding towards Wei Kai's back. The sound of rapid footsteps and howling wind blended together, creating a mess of sounds that was hard for a person to distinguish. The gust of wind also greatly reduced Wei Kai's awareness. Assassinate. Nai Yan's dagger pierced into his target's back, dealing 35 points of damage. Wei Kai never expected his opponent to suddenly appear behind him. He held up the great sword and swept outwards in a wide slash. Nai Yan dodged the strike and managed to reposition himself behind Wei Kai once again. He dashed forward, dagger in hand, and stabbed Wei Kai in the back for the second time, causing him to lose 23 health. Out of the 160 health he had, only a little over 100 points remained. Since the beginning of the fight, Wei Kai had been completely incapable of keeping up with Nai Yan's speed. A berserker's speed relied on their ability to quickly charge forward. A thief's speed, on the other hand, relied greatly on their ability to make agile and nimble movements. The type of movements the two professions specialized in clearly differed. Nai Yan's movements were fast and agile, as he stuck close to Wei Kai's back. In this short period of time, he had already managed to attack Wei Kai 2 times in quick succession. This bastard is as nimble as a monkey. Wei Kai suddenly roared in anger. An aura began radiating from his great sword as he started spinning around in circles. Whirlwind slash. Wei Kai resembled a top as he spun around with his great sword. The moment Wei Kai brandished his sword, Nai Yan judged from the movements that Wei Kai was about to execute whirlwind slash, so he quickly retreated back about 2 meters. The great sword unleashed a strong gust of wind as it streaked through the air. The slash barely grazed past Nai Yan, almost directly hitting him. 9A damage value floated over his head. Despite missing, the whirlwind slash still managed to cause some damage to Nai Yan. Wei Kai's attack finally ended after he had rotated 3 times. He gasped for breath as he thought, "This bastard is so quick at dodging." In the split second Wei Kai stopped spinning with his sword, Nai Yan dashed forward, the dagger in his hand aiming straight for Wei Kai's throat. Vital strike. Tang Yao, Li Yang, and the others were watching the match from outside with dumbstruck expressions. Nai Yan's movements were simply a perfection of art. From the moment he escaped Wei Kai's whirlwind slash, to when he attacked with vital strike as it ended, the timing of his every action was at the peak of perfection. After watching Nai Yan, they now understood what PvPing truly meant. It wasn't 2 opposing sides simply slashing their swords at each other, but rather a battle of awareness and skill. Within his mind, Tang Yao had a sudden flash of insight. He finally understood why Nai Yan said that his timing when casting spells was incorrect. Depending on whether or not a player took action at the right time, 2 entirely different outcomes could arise. He never expected that Nai Yan, whom he had known and grown up with since they were in diapers, would possess this kind of skill. The amount of skill Nai Yan displayed really expanded Tang Yao's horizons. There was a saying, when a scholar disappears for 3 days, view them in a greater light. These words were the most appropriate to describe what Tang Yao was feeling at the moment. Nai Yan's dagger slashed across Wei Kai's throat. 95. Vital strike was still as powerful as ever. In just a few attacks, Wei Kai had already been reduced to a mere 7 health. Meanwhile, Nai Yan's health was still close to full. It was clear which side had established their superiority. It was only then that Wei Kai realized the immense gap between the two of them. Flame slash. Wei Kai was unwilling to be defeated in such a manner. Just as Nai Yan's vital strike ended, he took advantage of the opening that was revealed and brandished his sword towards Nai Yan. The great sword in his grasp was enveloped by a raging flame as it cleaved downwards in a blazing radiance. The raging heat assaulted his face as it drew closer. The might of a berserker's flame slash was immense. Nai Yan deeply understood this as a result of first-hand experience. He decisively pulled back, in an attempt to avoid the sharp blade. Despite this, Wei Kai still managed to catch up to Nai Yan after suddenly accelerating his pace, and the flame slash struck him right in the middle of his chest. 56. A single damage value emerged, floating atop Nai Yan's head. Nai Yan took the brunt of flame slash. Just when he finally managed to regain his footing, Wei Kai activated his charge skill. He approached with his sword raised, resembling a tank as he came crashing forward. Linear slash. The sword aura formed a straight line as it came slashing down. Nai Yan had only half of his health remaining, and the charge skill had a brief stun duration. If he collided into Wei Kai, the berserker's explosive power would be more than enough to kill Nai Yan in a matter of seconds. So, Nai Yan quickly decided to pull back and retreat again. At that moment, Wei Kai's sword brushed past Nai Yan's face barely by just a few inches. Nai Yan's pupils violently contracted as he sidestepped in an attempt to avoid the attack. He then switched the dagger in his hand to a reverse grip and slashed at Wei Kai's throat. In the end, he was still sent flying back after being struck by Wei Kai's charge. As Nai Yan fell to the ground, his opponent's health bar finally depleted. He staggered back up and stood firmly on both feet, then he gazed at his own health. Only 25 points remained. As expected. Facing a level 3 as a level 2 is a little troublesome. Nai Yan's gaze fell on Wei Kai's corpse. Seeing that he died, Nai Yan put away his dagger. Moments later, the two were transported away from the PvP arena and back to the auditorium. I'm impressed, brat. Who knew you were so capable? Ha ha ha. Tang Yao approached Nai Yan as the latter took off his helmet. The win was a fluke, I just happened to be a little lucky, Nai Yan said. He had almost been killed by Wei Kai as well. In the end, there just wasn't enough time for him to acquire enough equipment and skills. If he had a few more skills at his disposal, then defeating Wei Kai would have taken much less effort. A win is still a win. Not to mention that it was a level 2 versus a level 3. Hey, do you know how to play arcane mages? Teach me how to play them when we get home, okay? Tang Yao said as he rubbed his hands together. It seems Nai Yan really does know a lot. I'm not very knowledgeable when it comes to arcane mages. They have various unique skill builds, all of which requires different tactics. I'll teach you what I know, though, Nai Yan replied. When it came to Tang Yao, he wouldn't conceal things and act selfishly. That would be great. Having witnessed Nai Yan's abilities in battle firsthand, Tang Yao held a firm belief in him. Nai Yan gazed at his bank card, which displayed a total of 6,000 credits. He took 3,000 and transferred it to Tang Yao. The 1,600 is what I owe you. As for the other 1,400, consider it me helping recoup your losses. It's only a few thousand credits. How could that kind of money be anything between us brothers? Tang Yao said, sounding a bit displeased. From the start, this money he had never regarded this money with any importance. Nai Yan bothering about it actually made him feel quite unhappy. True brothers always repay their debts. If you're still unhappy about tonight, you can treat me instead, Nai Yan said with a smile. You've made so much money today, while I barely broke even. Yet you still have the nerve try and freeload off me? You're the one treating me to dinner tonight. End of discussion. Fine then. Eating a small loss is no big deal. What are we eating tonight? In any case, let's head to a restaurant. A bowl of wonton noodle soup is $5. That should be enough to fill you up, Nai Yan said as he stashed away his bank card. I say, aren't you being too much of a miser here? Takes one to know one. Nai Yan laughed. He and Tang Yao could be considered birds of the same feather. Wei Kai and his group walked into the room, having come over from the other area. Tang Yao's expression became grave upon seeing them. He knew that Wei Kai and his people had lost a lot of money today. They wouldn't fly into a fit of rage, would they? A smiling expression still remained on Nai Yan's face. Compared to Tang Yao, he certainly looked a lot calmer. Wei Kai, you wouldn't be trying to shamelessly take back the money you just lost, would you? Tang Yao had inadvertently placed himself in front of Nai Yan. Subconsciously, he still considered Nai Yan to be the same as he was in the past, an easily bullied youth. How could I? Money lost is money lost after all, and money won is also money earned. Even this one knows this much when it comes to gambling. You know, they say that even disputes will eventually lead to friendship, so how about we settle our debts and make up? Young Master Nai and Young Master Tang, when you two have time in the future, you should pay a visit to our little establishment. Wei Kai said with a smile. Wei Kai had been drifting through society for many years now. Contrary to what one might expect, he had actually learned how to conduct himself properly during those years. He understood which types of people he should not provoke, and as a result, he did not mention their past grievances at all. We'll be sure to visit when we have the time. Nai Yan nodded his head. Wei Kai, this guy, he also knows when to advance and when to retreat. This one will take his leave first then. Young Master Tang, Young Master Nai, you two have fun, Wei Kai said while smiling, bringing his lackeys with him as he departed. What happened to him? Why did he suddenly become so formal and courteous? That's way too abnormal. God damn, it's really making me uncomfortable, Tang Yao said in a baffled tone as he stood by Nai Yan's side. Who knows? Nai Yan let out a faint laugh. Wei Kai and his group had just left the PK lounge when one of his underlings spoke. Boss, why were you treating that brat Nai Yan so politely? Young Master Nai, does he even deserve it? Li Yang walked up to Wei Kai and asked in bewilderment. You know there's a saying, do not bully the youth when they are poor. Have you heard it before? In the future when you judge someone, don't just look at the present, you also need to gaze a little further into the distance, Wei Kai replied. He was able to discern that Nai Yan was a hidden dragon. Sooner or later, he would fly up high into the heavens. It would be in his best interest not to become enemies with such a person. Tien, thanks to Deathblade for the explanation. It's better to bully an old poor person than a young person. If you bully a poor young person, you never know what that young person will grow up to be, and how rich and powerful they might become. DB. Li Yang was still at a loss as to what those words meant. However, in comparison to the rest of them, the boss was much more knowledgeable and experienced, thus he thought, the boss's words are definitely correct, so I'll listen to him. Nai Yan and Tang Yao got into a car and drove off in the direction of a nearby restaurant. What's your in-game name? Tang Yao asked. Nai Yan was a human thief, so Nai Yan was definitely the same race as him. They both started out in the Viridian Empire. Nai Yan, Nirvana Flame. The Nai in Nirvana, and the Yan in Fire, Nai Yan replied. I'll come and find you when I get home then, Tang Yao said. He couldn't help but get excited when he thought of how he could level together with Nai Yan. I'm in the middle of a quest right now, so I can't return to the city, Nai Yan said. He still needed to hand in the quest from Physician Blevins. Moreover, he already had arrangements for future matters, so he would be unable to level together with Tang Yao. Never mind then. How about you just teach me how to play Arcane Mage now, and I'll practice it when I get back home. Tang Yao felt a slight touch of disappointment, though he quickly went back to being excited in a few moments. Arcane mages are basically divided into 3 groups. First, you've got the ones that are the most universal arcane fire mages. They wear all sorts of equipment in order to raise their magic damage. Also, the skills they learn are all similar to ones like Arcane Flame Burst, the type that has a high kill potential. Arcane mages like these are welcome in all teams. Another kind are the Arcane Speed Mages. They wear equipment that gives a bonus to movement speed. Once they start moving, they end up being really fast. Add in the Arcane Mage's relatively short cast time, and you've got a build that's great at PvPing. The remaining group is essentially a balance between the last 2. So, what path do you intend to take? Nai Yan asked. Tang Yao thought for a while, then started smiling in embarrassment as he asked, which group has skill requirements that are a bit on the lower side? That's definitely going to be an Arcane Fire Mage then. As long as they have good equipment, and high damage, all teams will want them. When fighting in a team, all you need to do is keep on attacking and you'll be fine. However, that kind of arcane mage has no chance when PvPing. With just a glance, Nai Yan could tell that Tang Yao wanted to be lazy. This scoundrel's brain isn't dumb, he's just too lazy to use it. I won't be able to PvP? Ah! That's way too boring. PvPing was just too exciting of an activity for him. Without it, half of the excitement in his life would be gone. Now, Tang Yao felt rather unwilling. It's better if you choose a balance of both then. Before you allocate your points, make sure you consult with me first, Nai Yan advised. Conviction was designed so that every 5 levels from level 1 to 30 would grant a player 5 stat points, and 1 skill point to allocate. Therefore, for a player, every 5 levels prior to level 30 was a minor watershed in combat power. Alright then, I understand. Tang Yao happily agreed. If he had Nai Yan helping him allocate his points, then he would be saving himself a lot of trouble. What he hated the most was thinking about these types of complicated matters in the game. I still have some business to attend to after we finish dinner. We'll contact each other in the evening when we get in the game, "All right." Nai Yan said. "All right." After the two had dinner, Tang Yao dropped Nai Yan off and then went home himself. Having been out for so long, Nai Yan had wasted a lot of time. Upon arriving back home, he immediately went off to train, then study once again. Chapter 17 Lacerate. As Nai Yan opened up his textbook, various equations ranging from complex mathematics to theoretical physics appeared in front of his eyes. He managed to quickly solve all of them in a surprisingly short amount of time. In light of this development, he noticed that his cognitive abilities had vastly improved since his reincarnation. Though it hadn't reached the point where he developed photographic memory, his memory had still improved quite significantly. Moreover, he sensed that his mind had become sharper as well. For example, he had finished twice the amount of work in half the time when he was studying. In addition, there was an even more astonishing discovery. He felt neither the slightest bit of fatigue nor weariness despite having intensely exercised for quite a long period of time. In fact, after every training session, he felt his strength increasing in small yet noticeable increments. Nai Yan was quite satisfied with his current body. As long as he received the proper amount of nourishment, it would rapidly transform and rise in stature similar to how it had in the past during his senior year of high school. However, there was only one complication: the nutritional supplements he required were simply too expensive. At present, the expenses weren't something he could handle. In fact, the lowest quality nutritional supplements had a price tag of around $500, while medium quality ones could cost upwards of several thousand. Sadly, his household carried only 2 portions, one of which he had already used earlier in the morning. Finally, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Nai Yan entered the game once more. Upon reconnecting, he discovered a nearly endless swarm of water spiders skittering around him in all directions. It appeared that every single monster in the vicinity had respawned. Fortunately, players were invulnerable for the first 30 seconds upon reconnecting. They would appear in an ethereal state as if they were a spirit. In this state, they would not only be unable to attack, but monsters would be unable to attack them as well. Nai Yan took a detour around these water spiders and swam away from the area where he had concealed himself. After 30 seconds had passed, he began farming the spiders in the surrounding area once more. Currently, he had already gathered 25 fine silks and 5 rare fine silks which came from the water spider leader the day prior. With his current hunting speed, Nai Yan estimated that it would take around 3 more hours for him to complete this quest. When I return to town, I'll definitely have to make more money. That way, when I come across another gathering quest like this one, I can just buy the needed materials from the market instead. With this plan, Nai Yan would have no need to go through the tedious labor of gathering the materials himself. Another hour passed by, and Nai Yan received a notification. It was from Yao Yao. Nai Yan, Nirvana Flame, where are you right now? I am still farming water spiders. Why, you need something. He didn't stop killing water spiders, even while he chatted with Yao Yao. After activating Assassinate with his right hand, he stabbed a nearby water spider with his dagger. As it died, it miserably flipped over and curled up. My friends and I went to the Treant forest earlier this morning. Oh. Hey, you're not going to ask how it went? There's no need for me to ask. Regarding this treant forest, Nai Yan already understood this instance quite well. In the past, it had taken him and his friends 5 attempts to pass the instance. If the party didn't have warriors with at least 60 defense and 220 health, they wouldn't stand a chance. Therefore, it would be impossible for them to clear the instance. Alright, it was just like you said. Our party was completely wiped. We didn't even manage to get to the Treant King. But never mind that, one of my friends wants to meet you. We're gonna try and clear the forest again tomorrow. So, can you join us then? Come back when your fighters upgrade their defense, then we'll talk. I'll see if I have the time by then. However, make sure you tell your friend this, in exchange for joining you guys in the Treant Forest, I want to act as the party leader. Furthermore, every single thief item that drops will go to me. There was a rather decent thief cloak that dropped from the monsters within the Treant Forest, one that Nai Yan wanted. You want to be the party leader? Why? I don't trust anyone else with leading a team. This. I'll have to ask. Giving every thief drop to you is going to be a bit difficult. After all, we have a thief in our party as well. Yao Yao's party was set so that drops were distributed equally among their members. If your team captain doesn't agree to it, then so be it. Nai Yan really didn't want to make things awkward and difficult for Yao Yao on purpose. However, in Nai Yan's eyes, this thief in Yao Yao's party was especially unpleasant. I'll go ask our captain. Nai Yan's harsh demands lowered Yao Yao's impression of him by quite a bit. The team captain Yao Yao spoke of was a woman named Yu Lan, Blue Feather, a berserker. Nai Yan's first impression of this woman was her large pair of breasts. Her berserker armor, which was tightly fitted around her body, accentuated her curves particularly in the chest area. Moreover, the gap in her armor also exposed an extreme amount of cleavage. When he recalled this memory of her, he couldn't help but slightly tremble. However, Nai Yan would never dare to provoke Yu Lan. Normally, she was quite friendly and amiable. However, if someone were to irritate her, then her fiery temper would become as large as her breasts. He remembered that there was a time when another player decided to tease her. Yu Lan ended up chasing and killing that player until he dropped 5 levels. It was because of such things that this beauty could only be gazed at from afar. She could neither be toyed with nor treated with disrespect. Otherwise, one would most likely find himself being the one toyed with instead. Also, there's one other thing. Other than the thief equipment, I also want the jewel that the Treant King drops when it dies. Nai Yan said without a hint of politeness or restraint. We all just want to try and run the dungeon together. But you? How can you act in such a selfish way? Yao Yao stomped her feet and ended the call. She was furious and frustrated to the point where glistening tears began to flow from her eyes. After fighting and completing their quests together yesterday, she noticed that they actually matched each other quite well. Because of this, she felt that Nai Yan was a rather decent person and even wanted to get to know him better and befriend him. Yet she never thought that, again and again, Nai Yan would continuously crush her good impression of him that she held deep within her heart. Nai Yan indifferently smiled. Sometimes attempting to explain was superfluous. Yao Yao hung up the call in anger. Ha! Nai Yan sighed softly. If they were to run an instance together, then it would be better to make some things clear at the start. Otherwise, when the time came, disputes would certainly arise. At the Teluk town transfer point, Yulan's team had assembled together in the area. In total, there were 19 individuals gathered together. Among them, the most conspicuous were Yulan, who was wearing blue armor, and Yao Yao, who was wearing a white-colored mage robe while standing in the center. Like the stars gathering around the moon, everyone there had gathered around, placing these two beauties at the center. Naturally, the team had other decent-looking women as well. However, compared to the two beauties in the center, they could only entirely serve as the background. With her tall curvaceous figure and long slender legs that were almost too alluring, Yulan had grown up to be quite a beauty. Her looks could be rated at the highest quality. Despite appearing to be only in her 20s, she gave off the full charm of an adult woman. Though the main reason for this was her large voluptuous chest that easily attracted one's eyes. On the other hand, Yao Yao was another sort of beauty. With her whole body covered by a white robe, along with her delicate oval-shaped face, and her hair that was tied in a ponytail, she looked pure and beautiful. Anyone who looked at her would have been moved by her charm. "Yao Yao, what did he say?" Yulan asked when she saw that Yao Yao had disconnected her voice chat. "He said that if we're gonna go together, then he wants to be the party leader, get all the thief equipment drops, and he also wants the jewel that drops from the Treant King." Yao Yao's face was nearly red from anger. Originally she had been quite excited about having Nai Yan as a good friend, and introducing him to Yulan. Never did she expect that Nai Yan was actually that kind of person. "Yao Yao, you're just really too naive. These kinds of people are everywhere. He's definitely just a weak liar who's trying to cheat us out of our drops," said a thief by her side. He was Chen Bo, a rather handsome man who appeared to be around 20 years old. Yao Yao wanted to refute those words on Nai Yan's behalf, but after giving it a second thought, she realized that she was too angry to bother. She didn't know why, but for some reason, she still somewhat sided with Nai Yan in her heart. After all, he was actually quite strong. Not to mention that, unlike Chen Bo, she truly didn't think he was trying to scam them for equipment or anything that intolerable. That's not necessarily true. He already knows that the Treant King drops a jewel, which means that he's definitely gone to the Treant forest before. Not only that but cleared it as well. The fact that he was able to make it through the instance with a party of his own, is more than enough to prove his ability to work in a team. Moreover, he's significantly more experienced than us. So it wasn't that excessive for him to request to act as party leader, nor was it excessive for him to receive both the thief drops and the jewel. Since he bluntly stated his demands to Yao Yao, it shows that he did so with a clear conscience. Yulan patted Yao Yao's shoulders. "Yao Yao, you don't need to mind it." After listening to Yulan's words, Yao Yao revealed a relieved smile. Though she was still a little angry at Nai Yan, in her heart she was already feeling significantly better. Seeing the beautiful smiling expression on her face, Chen Bo felt his heart sink. He didn't know why, but the sudden appearance of this Nai Yan gave him a sense of foreboding. "We'll rent a piece of bronze-grade fighter equipment for tomorrow. Oh yeah, make sure to tell him that we're running the instance tomorrow and that he's invited to join us," Yulan said. She had already begun her arrangements. "Humph, I'm still gonna ignore him for the rest of the morning. I'll talk to him again in the afternoon. Yao Yao pouted. All right, you can contact him again in the afternoon. Yulan nodded while smiling. During all this, Nai Yan continued to kill water spiders. His luck wasn't bad at all, considering that 3 fine silks had dropped in succession. Looking in his bag, he already had 29 of them. Only 1 more was needed to finish his quest. Nevertheless, it appeared that hunting monsters early in the morning had its own benefits. For one, the drop rate for various items was comparatively higher. After killing another water spider, Nai Yan reached out with his right hand to collect the loot. What did I get? As he held up the item to get a closer look, he realized that it was a thief skill book. Skill book, Lacerate. Description: thieves can use their daggers to slice into an enemy, causing them to bleed profusely. Targets hit by this attack will take bleed damage every second. Requirements: action, requires weapon. Properties: cuts into a target creating an open wound. Attack +1. Causes 5 points of bleeding every second for 6 seconds. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Restrictions: thief, warrior, paladin, can be learned by any faction. Lacerate was a basic skill that synergized well with Assassinate. It could be used to follow up after Assassinate, causing additional lacerations that would make an enemy bleed for 5 health every second for 6 seconds. However, as for its killing power, the damage from Lacerate, even including its additional bleed damage, was slightly weaker than Vital Strike. Even so, it was still a considerably decent skill. Presently, this exact skill was what Nai Yan lacked the most. After learning the skill, Nai Yan turned to face another water spider. Suddenly he received another notification from his voice chat. This little girl, she's sending another call request. Nai Yan answered the call. However, there was an awkward silence between the two that lingered on for what seemed like an eternity. You know, I originally planned to ignore you and never talk to you again. But I'm an adult who's willing to be magnanimous, so I won't bother stooping to your level and arguing with you. My party is going to run the Treant Forest tomorrow. So are you going to come or not? Nai Yan couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile after imagining Yao Yao's adorable pouting expression. Tomorrow. No need to explain yourself if you've other business to attend to tomorrow. Just tell me whether you're coming or not. Yes or no? Nai Yan was interrupted by Yao Yao just as he was about to speak. All right. Just tell me the time for tomorrow, and I'll definitely be there. Nai Yan smiled helplessly. When it came to this little missus, he had already thoroughly given up. Now that sounds better. Good. We'll call you over tomorrow morning. What, are you going to be busy? Yao Yao was quite pleased with Nai Yan's reply. She immediately hung up, not even giving him a chance to speak further. Humph. Little boy, we'll see if I can't discipline you, Yao Yao thought proudly to herself. When she imagined the distressed look on Nai Yan's face, she couldn't help but giggle to herself. Tut. Tut. Upon hearing the sound of the call ending, Nai Yan could only smile bitterly. It seems that tomorrow I'll have to go for a run in the Treant Forest. With the distraction gone, Nai Yan continued to kill water spiders while steadily speeding up his pace. After receiving the Lacerate skill, a significant increase in his hunting speed could be seen. By attacking with Assassinate and then following up with Lacerate, he was able to effortlessly kill a water spider. Ding! A melodious jingle could be heard as a system notification rang out. Nai Yan had risen to level 3. After a while, he finished collecting the 30 fine silks. I'm finally done. Nai Yan swam back towards the island to hand in his quest. System, player Flying Stone has deposited 1 silver into your personal storage. Expert, the strategy you provided us with was really useful. Thanks to it, we've managed to clear the fallen shaman camp. As such, the other silver has already been deposited into your storage. Stone informed Nai Yan in excitement. I've received it. Is there anything else you need? With the 2 silvers from Stone plus his recent earnings, he had almost 3 silvers. With this, he could be considered to have some capital. One of my friends said that they're gonna form a party to hunt in the Agmata muddy wetlands the day after tomorrow. Do you wanna come? Stone asked with a hint of expectation. I am going to be busy the day after tomorrow. The Agmata muddy wetlands was a somewhat difficult instance. Though seeing as Stone's party was able to clear the fallen shaman camp, it seemed like their strength wasn't too bad. Ah, never mind then. Expert, would you happen to have a guide for the Agmata muddy wetlands as well? Ah? Do you think I'm some kind of god? Agmata muddy wetlands is the most difficult level 3 instance. You think I'm able to make up a guide for it so quickly? He couldn't keep offering to sell guides for dungeon instances. Otherwise, he'd end up attracting too much suspicion from others. Besides, it would be better for him to wait for a good offer, which would inevitably come after Stone and his team were wiped during their first few attempts. Ah! I'm sorry. I was just thinking out of habit, haha. Stone laughed in embarrassment. Chapter 18 Hidden Quest. Nai Yan and Stone briefly exchanged a few more words before hanging up the call. By this time, he had already arrived back at the island. There, he found Physician Blevins still fishing by the lake shore. Youngster! How many bundles of fine silk did you manage to collect? Physician Blevins asked after seeing that Nai Yan had returned. Esteemed senior, here are the 30 bundles of fine silk I've gathered. I'd like to request that senior have a look, Nai Yan replied in a polite and formal tone that was standard when turning in quests. Youngster, I must thank you for your generosity. Please take these 30 silk cloths with you as a means to repay your kindness. Furthermore, I have also decided to impart upon you a skill. System, Physician Blevins wishes to teach you Intermediate Combat Medic. Will you learn it? Nai Yan felt his heart skip a beat. This was exactly the skill he wanted to learn. Without showing the slightest hint of hesitation, he immediately hit accept. System, the Great Mage, Blevins, has taught you a skill. You have learned Intermediate Combat Medic. Intermediate Combat Medic allows the player to create and use intermediate combat bandages while in combat. Requires 10 silk cloth. Each bandage replenishes 20 health every second for 10 seconds. Healing can be interrupted after 3 seconds of applying bandages. Bandages can also be used on other party members. 10 silk cloths were equivalent to 20 coppers. Although it was a tad expensive, this was still a skill that could save lives in a moment of crisis. System: the task Physician Blevins has entrusted you with is 20% complete. Nai Yan stared blankly at this notification. Reasonably enough, he believed that the quest would have ended after handing in the 30 fine silks, but reality proved otherwise. What the hell? Why is it only 20% complete? Youngster, 30 bundles of fine silk is still far from being enough. I still need much more. Would you be willing to help me find more? I'm willing to aid you in your task, Nai Yan hurriedly replied. It appeared that the combat medic skill was merely one of the rewards in this lengthy quest. He was clueless as to what other quest rewards would lie further ahead. Esteemed Senior, here are 5 rare fine silks that I'd chanced upon, though I am unsure of their usefulness. Fine silk becomes rare fine silk after it has undergone processing. Each bundle of rare fine silk is equivalent to 6 bundles of common fine silk, the old man explained to Nai Yan. Afterwards, the old man inquired further, so youngster, are you willing to give them to me? Yes, Nai Yan replied. 5 rare fine silks were equivalent to 30 ordinary fine silks. He had been killing water spiders for so long, yet he never once thought to hunt water spider leaders despite them giving better drops. However, this was to be expected, as killing a leader-ranked water spider was truly too dangerous of a task. In any case, it wasn't something Nai Yan could simply accomplish by himself. System: you've received 30 silk cloths. System: you've received Headhunter's silver leather armor. System: the task Physician Blevins has entrusted you with is 40% complete. Nai Yan felt a pleasant surprise after reading the second system announcement. After opening his bag, he found a silver-colored piece of armor within his inventory. Who knew what kind of animal hide was used to make this piece of leather armor? It was tough, durable, and radiated a silver-white luster. Furthermore, it didn't need to be appraised. Let's take a look at its properties. Headhunter's silver leather armor, silver. Level requirement, level 5. Properties: defense 13-17, strength +5, dexterity +5. Weight, 3 pounds. User restriction: thief, paladin, can only be equipped by the righteous faction who protects the light. The properties of silver-grade equipment were at least 30% higher than normal equipment. Furthermore, they also included 2 additional properties. With current market prices, Nai Yan estimated that he could sell this piece of armor for at least 5 silvers if he put it up in the auction house. Nai Yan's equipment would improve significantly upon reaching level 5, as he would finally be able to replace his current equipment with the horn dagger and Headhunter's silver leather armor. With these thoughts in mind, he suddenly felt more motivation to level up. This old man sure is generous with his quest rewards, and 60% of the quest still remains unfinished. If I try to farm 90 more fine silks myself though, I'd end up working myself to death. I'll just spend some money to buy the materials off the auction house instead. 90 fine silks, that would be about 3 silvers. Looking at it this way, I'm still a long ways off from having enough money to spend freely. How can I make some money fast? Nai Yan was trying to rack his brain for a solution to this difficult problem. Eventually, he remembered a certain online guide that he viewed in the past. It was then that Nai Yan had a sudden flash of insight. Back when the game was first released, the most worthless item in the game was a drop by the name of bat teeth. It was a material used for crafting level 0 beginner weapons. Even more laughable, these weapons would come out with pitifully low attack. Thus, for the most part, no one, aside from the occasional player who would purchase a few to level up their blacksmithing after learning the skill, would buy the bat teeth. Other than that, there were just no other players who would bother buying any. Not to mention, even if you sold 5 stacks of them 100 bat teeth to an NPC, you would only receive a single copper. For these reasons, there were quite a few bat teeth littered across the ground in the level 3 bat spawning area, as few would bother picking them up. Many players would rather throw them away than have this trash material take up space in their bag. As a result, only the poorest of players would bother picking them up and selling them to the NPC stores. Nai Yan, however, knew these bat teeth had another use. They could be given to a high-level blacksmith in Calorie City after triggering his hidden quest. In exchange for 10 bat teeth, half of a full stack, you would receive a little bit of experience and 1 copper. Furthermore, you could exchange an unlimited amount of bat teeth with this blacksmith. As more and more players discovered this blacksmith, the market price for these bat teeth rose accordingly. This sort of business is actually doable. Nai Yan couldn't help but have this thought. All he needed to do was head to the level 3 bat spawn area and advertise that he's buying a stack of bat teeth for 1 copper. He'd soon have a massive amount of bat teeth delivered right to his doorstep. Afterwards, he could exchange all of them with that blacksmith in Calorie City and receive his quest reward. This way he could make a profit while also leveling up at the same time. How could he have forgotten something like this? Nai Yan no longer hesitated and immediately ran off towards Teluk town. After returning to the town, he retrieved his 2 silvers from the storage, threw all his unwanted equipment up in the auction house, and then finally went to the appraiser to appraise the soft leather gloves that he looted from the golden electric eel. The gloves ended up being a level 0 equipment with an additional property of dexterity +2. The properties were fairly decent for level 0 equipment. Nai Yan put the gloves on. They were the first piece of bronze-grade equipment that he could actually equip. The gloves radiated a faint cyan glow until Nai Yan turned off the visual effects in equipment settings. It was still best if he kept a low profile. If his equipment was too conspicuous, then he would very likely be followed after leaving the city. After finishing up his business in town, Nai Yan went through the transport point to Calorie City. From there he went directly to the Cade smithy within the city center. Calorie City housed over 60 smithies that offered various blacksmithing services. You could buy everything from large siege equipment to weapons, armor, and even horseshoes. Only the Cade smithy differed from this norm. Of all the smithies in the city, it was the most unremarkable. It was the high-level blacksmith, Cade, who issued the quest to gather bat teeth. In his former life, the player who first discovered it was a paladin. After discovering that this blacksmith, Cade, gave out such a quest, he immediately bought a large amount of bat teeth and exchanged them with Cade for a large amount of profit and experience. He wanted to keep this his own secret, so he worked especially low-key. However, as this paladin purchased an increasingly large amount of bat teeth, other players began to grow suspicious. What could this paladin possibly need so many bat teeth for? Afterwards, a thief ended up shadowing him to the Cade smithy, and the secret became publicized. However, by that time, most players were already over level 10. The price of bat teeth had increased, and no players were willing to sell them for a low price now. It already wasn't worth it for them to go back to the area and farm bat teeth for the quest. When those level 10 players recalled all the bat teeth they threw away in the past, they could only helplessly shake their heads and sigh. As for the paladin who had first discovered this hidden quest, he had already earned overflowing basins full of money from doing this quest in secret for such a long time. However, at present, the only person who knew of this hidden quest was Nai Yan and Nai Yan alone. Nai Yan entered the Cade smithy. Its shop front was extremely narrow, nevertheless, it was still one of the many smithies designated by the Viridian Empire military. As Nai Yan entered the smithy, he saw an NPC apprentice blacksmith. "Dear customer, may I ask if there is anything you require?" the apprentice came up and asked. "I'm looking for Mr. Cade." "I'm sorry, but my master has already gone out," the apprentice replied apologetically. "I have some business with him. May I ask when he'll be back?" The apprentice's reply came as no surprise. This was precisely how the hidden quest was triggered. "May I ask what business you have with my master? I can pass along a message." The apprentice sized up Nai Yan, a sharp expression filling his eyes. "Please let Mr. Cade know that I can help him with the current problem he's facing. Please wait a moment." The apprentice hastily ran out the door. After a while, the smithing apprentice came back with a tall and sturdy-looking blacksmith in his middle ages. He had messy sideburns, and his upper body was completely bare. His whole body was robust and covered in muscles from head to toe. Not only that, but his skin had also turned a dark shade of red after being exposed to the heat of a blazing furnace all year round. "Mr. Blacksmith, rumors say you've met with some worrisome troubles. May I ask what they might be? Perhaps I might be able to help you out," Nai Yan said, and then thought to himself, "There should be no problems with my wording here. Coming this autumn, the situation in Hilton Stronghold will become more and more intense. We need much more weapons in order to meet the demands of the soldiers on the front lines. I need materials, a great amount of them. And at present, I'm clueless as to how I can amass such a large amount of these materials," Blacksmith Cade said in a distressed manner. "May I inquire what kind of materials you need? Perhaps I can help you find them. I need a large quantity of bat teeth. I'm willing to purchase a stack for 2 coppers if you have them," Blacksmith Cade replied. For Cade, these bat teeth were crucial materials he was in desperate need of. NPCs didn't have much intelligence, they simply followed the instructions given by the main system AI. They could only issue and receive quests. Hidden NPCs like Blacksmith Cade would not announce their quest publicly. "System, do you wish to accept Blacksmith Cade's request?" "Yes." "System, you have accepted Blacksmith Cade's request. Please be at ease. I will definitely help you find these materials." Nai Yan reassured Blacksmith Cade, then went through a transport point to the town of Mordor. There was a large expanse near Mordor where a large amount of level 3 bat monsters congregated. With about several hundred people in it, the town was quite crowded. Recruiting people level 3 or higher for level 3 instance, Warrior's Tomb. I'm a mage that deals over 30 magic damage. Recruiting people to hunt bats. I'm a level 3 fire elementalist. Players were looking to form parties. Some would end up joining parties, while others would be buzzing around like houseflies. Those who had good equipment would often have an easy time finding a party to join. Meanwhile, those with poor equipment would find themselves being ignored by most parties. Parties formed one after another and left the town. It was currently early morning in the game. Once players formed a party, they would farm monsters for the whole day, only disbanding late in the evening. Nai Yan had set up a booth near the player storehouse. There he put up a sign that read, "Buying bat teeth. 1 stack for 1 copper." He had just put up the sign, yet there were already many players gathering around him. Many of them always hung around this area hunting bats, thus their bags were filled with many bat teeth. Once they gathered 100 of them, they would go back and sell them to the NPCs. 1 copper wasn't much, but no matter how insignificant the amount was, it was still money. Besides, Nai Yan buying bat teeth for 1 copper per stack was a much better deal than selling the materials to an NPC. The players thought, "Hey, these bat teeth litter the ground everywhere. I can actually sell a garbage drop like this for such a high price? Doing the math, I can make a decent profit selling these bat teeth." The everyday income for the average players wasn't very high. Add on their need to purchase equipment and healing items, most players would only have 10 or 20 coppers on them at most. Naturally, they were all very willing when they learned that they could make a few extra coppers off of Nai Yan. "Hey, brother! I have 3 stacks of bat teeth here. Do you want them?" "Of course. If you have any, I'll take them," Nai Yan said while nodding his head. After briefly sweeping a glance at the 10 or so people circling around him, he noticed that 5 or 6 of them were already organizing their inventories. Several others were hastily opening up their personal storages, fearful that Nai Yan had collected enough bat teeth and no longer wanted any more. "What are these bat teeth used for?" some players probed and asked. "I'm using them to level up my beginner blacksmithing skill," Nai Yan would reply. "How does leveling up the beginner blacksmithing skill require so many bat teeth? I have 10 or so friends who are all learning blacksmithing as well, and they're having me buy the materials all at once. If you're going to sell, then sell already. If you're not, then stop standing around and blocking the line," Nai Yan replied indifferently. "Here, I have 2 stacks." Nai Yan glanced at the trade window. He put in 2 coppers and then hit confirm. "Here are mine. There are 3 stacks." One after another, players continuously made trades with Nai Yan. Those who had more would sell around 3 or 4 stacks, while those with less would sell only 1 or 2 stacks. There were even a few who hadn't traded anything. They stood off to the side and gazed helplessly. They were the ones who had either already sold all their bat teeth to the NPCs, or thrown them away. In either case, they all stood there filled with regret. While trading, Nai Yan was also depositing the bat teeth into his personal storage. His bag only had 20 slots, and simply didn't have enough space to hold all the materials. More and more people came to trade with Nai Yan. The players who had sold their bat teeth would pass this information on to their friends. Then those friends who had bat teeth would come over one after another, bringing their bat teeth with them. Before long, Nai Yan had collected over 200 stacks of bat teeth. Nai Yan hurriedly made an announcement. "Everyone, please wait a moment. All of you, please wait. I'm already out of money. Let me get some more money from my friends first. I'll be back in just a moment, 15 minutes at most. Everyone, please come back after 15 minutes, I'll be back here by then. I still have some here. Wait. There's mine too." Nai Yan pushed through the crowd as he walked out. Finally, he took a deep breath. "Ha! These players are way too enthusiastic." Chapter 19 New Money. Nai Yan arrived back at Calorie City after passing through the transport point. As soon as he arrived, he turned a corner and entered a nearby alleyway. There he activated stealth after making sure no one was following him. Only after making 7 or 8 detours through the alleyways, did he finally arrive at the Cade Smithy. This was a lesson learned from the past. He definitely wouldn't allow the location of the Cade Smithy to be disclosed. Nai Yan would retrieve the bat teeth he had collected from the other player in batches, then transport and sell them to Cade. A while later, over 200 stacks of teeth were sold for 4 silvers. 2 silvers had become 4 in only half an hour. In addition, he also gained 900 experience. Nai Yan noticed his experience bar had already risen to 5% when he glanced at it. He went back to Mortar after handing over all the bat teeth, and continued buying more. Those players who saw Nai Yan return, fearful that he might soon leave again, immediately lined up and waited to trade. Mortar was bustling with an unusually high amount of activity due to Nai Yan's actions. "Everyone, there's no need to feel anxious. After I buy everything I need this morning, I'll be coming back around 8 in the evening to buy some more." Nai Yan issued an announcement to the crowd. These players would most likely amass quite a few bat teeth after farming monsters for the whole day up till 8 in the evening. By the time he had purchased over 200 stacks, the amount of bat teeth being traded had gradually lessened. After purchasing another 100 stacks, Nai Yan saw there were no more players coming to trade. Thus he went through the transport point back to Calorie City. 2 thieves were following him closely. Nai Yan had bought these bat teeth all in one go, yet he still had the appearance of someone who looked like they still hadn't had enough. With that sort of behavior, trying not to attract the suspicion of others was difficult in itself. Nai Yan's mouth curved into a faint smile when he detected these thieves attempting to track him. At present, those who were able to track him haven't even been born yet. Nai Yan turned a corner into an alleyway and activated stealth, very quickly disappearing from sight. By the time those thieves made their way over to the alleyway, all traces of Nai Yan were gone. "Where'd that guy go? I can't find him. Brother, what do you think that guy's gonna do with all the bat teeth he bought? Who the hell knows? It definitely isn't for leveling his blacksmithing though, that's for certain. There's no way in hell blacksmithing would take that many bat teeth to level up, even if he's buying them for his friends. Not to mention he's even coming back for more in the evening. Let's wait until next time." Those 2 thieves who stood at the corner spoke a few more words, then turned around and left. Gradually, a silhouette emerged from a wall not far from where those 2 thieves had been. It was Nai Yan coming out of stealth. He had been just 2 meters away from them at most, yet they hadn't detected anything in the slightest. Nai Yan smiled coldly as he gazed at the backs of their retreating figures. It was simply wishful thinking, believing that they could pry into his secret. He wouldn't be so stupid as to reveal Blacksmith Cade's location. He turned around and went further into the alleyway. Having exchanged all 300 stacks of bat teeth with Cade, Nai Yan now had 7 silvers in his pockets. With the current average level of the player base, this could be considered a massive sum of money. He then ran to Carter Town and Yem Town to purchase more bat teeth. After exchanging them with Cade, he had a total of 26 silvers. He now understood what it felt like to be rolling in money. How refreshing! The amount of money a player had early in the game was essential to their growth in the future. That paladin from his past life had made over 10 gold coins from this quest. Earning such an amount seemed inconceivable to him when he first entered the game, but now he knew it was possible firsthand. Those players who knew about Nai Yan buying bat teeth for a high price would never imagine he was selling them to an NPC. Thus he would be able to make even more money down the road. A person's confidence would change when they had money, and Nai Yan was no exception. He immediately went off to the largest auction house in Calorie City. The equipment and weapons being auctioned there were all at least bronze grade or higher. In addition, there were also various uncommon skill books and materials being auctioned off as well. For the most part, players who traded here were those who would often partake in raids. While on his way to the auction house, Nai Yan decided in advance that he would buy 90 fine silks at the lowest possible price. After making the purchase, he deposited his new materials into storage, so he could retrieve them whenever he wanted to hand in his quest. Afterwards, he strolled into the large hall of the auction house. As expected of the largest auction house in Calorie, its construction was quite grand. The pillars within the main hall were built to be dozens of meters high to support the immense roof. The entire length of the hall spanned over 100 meters. It was as if it was the hall of some vast temple or shrine. Nai Yan had routinely walked through these halls in his former life. After finding a corner to sit down at, he picked up his bidding device and marked down the quoted prices of the various merchandise that would appear on the magic screen. He looked at page after page of merchandise. Everything listed on the magic screen was separated into categories, making it easy for players to find a specific item they were searching for. Nai Yan unchecked all the categories that were of no use to him. All that remained on the screen were items that could be used by all professions, such as defensive daggers, small round shields, bags, etc. Player could equip up to 5 bags. They were divided into slots of 16, 20, 24, 28, and so on. The larger the bag space, the higher the price. Each player would be given a starter bag with 20 slots when they began the game. If they wanted more bag space, they could buy a 16-slot bag from the marketplace for 10 coppers. As for 20-slot bags, their prices were even higher. Though at any rate, money wasn't really an issue for Nai Yan at the moment. Money spent could still be earned back in the future. In reality, the real loss was letting it waste away in your pockets. Nai Yan was using this money to outfit himself with the best equipment. The auction house had no more than 11 20-slot bags up for auction, each one being auctioned off for around 20 coppers. Nai Yan placed bids on 4 of these 20 slot bags. Although the price of the bags Nai Yan bid on gradually rose, his maximum bid never exceeded 22 coppers. Before long, he managed to secure 4 20-slot bags. God damn it, tailors are the ones that make the real money, Nai Yan couldn't help but think to himself. However, it was necessary to have the right connections if one wanted to be successful in a crafting profession. For example, a player could be at ease leveling their crafting skill if they had a guild to rely on and have the guild supply them with an endless amount of materials. Tailors were like this as well. And although many normal players would learn a crafting skill as well, they couldn't compare to those players who specialized in their crafting skill. Nai Yan's need for money still hadn't degenerated to the point where he needed to become a player that specialized in crafting. After spending half a silver, he opened up a page that was exclusively for thief merchandise. He schemed through the page, searching for anything that looked interesting. As long as the item was useful, he would buy it without the slightest hint of hesitation. It didn't matter if the item was a little overpriced, he would still purchase it regardless. The items he bought were all bronze grade: a pair of soft leather pants with dexterity +3, a set of azure fur armor with strength +2, a pair of horsehide boots with balance +2, and a silver-tipped dagger with strength +3. Nai Yan had spent a hefty sum purchasing these 4 pieces of level 0 equipment. After replacing his current equipment with his new gear, he was now wearing only bronze-grade equipment. Any one of these 4 pieces of equipment would cost a fortune for the average player. If it wasn't for him taking advantage of Cade's hidden quest to make a profit, he definitely wouldn't have dared to spend so much money. Nai Yan glanced at his equip load after replacing his equipment 16 lb. His weight was still classified as a light load, 0.20 lb, thus his movements wouldn't be hindered at all. In addition to those 4 pieces of equipment, Nai Yan also bought 3 thief skill books. The first was the passive skill, Enhance Stealth. Stealth and Cloak receive an additional bonus of +3. The second book taught an attack skill called Concussive Strike: directly strike an opponent, confusing them and preventing movement for 3 seconds. This skill has a cooldown of 30 seconds. Finally, the third book taught a skill called Smothering Strike: strike an enemy from behind, putting them in a confused state for 6 seconds. Target will awaken from confusion if attacked. This skill has a cooldown of 30 seconds. These 3 skill books taught only level 0 thief skills, however the market price for them was roughly 20 coppers each. Thieves would be very poor when first starting out in the game. In that respect, thieves and mages could be considered fellow sufferers in the same boat, as both professions would end up spending practically all their wealth buying skill books. Thieves were a profession that couldn't survive without skills, but each skill book was quite expensive. Thus they had no choice but to bear through the hard times, living frugally each day so they could purchase a single skill book. Sometimes these players would even be forced to continue wearing their old worn-out equipment, just so that they could save a few coppers. Even the thief players who were somewhat wealthy in real life would sometimes have no choice but to head to the transaction platforms and spend some money to buy in-game currency. A thief's true power, their formidable ability to control a fight, would only emerge if a player could endure through these hard times and buy the skills they needed. Nai Yan had also endured these hardships before, slowly making his way up bit by bit before being reincarnated. Though he was able to easily buy his way through this barrier in his current life, His skill bar looked that much less empty after learning those 3 skills. He pulled up the page for skill books again to see if there were any other skills up for sale. As he browsed, the name of an uncommon skill caught his eye. Skill book, Parry. Skill description, parry an opponent's attack with your weapon. Required, action, requires weapon. Skill cooldown, 30s. User restriction, thief, warrior, paladin, can be learned by any faction. Nai Yan couldn't forget this skill. It was something that every close combat profession yearned for, the most valuable asset of any melee profession. It didn't matter what kind of situation a player was in, whether PvPing or fighting a monster, being able to parry an attack was a lifesaver. Parry was a skill that had a 1 in 10,000 chance of dropping from demonic monsters. Only 1 or 2 players had learned the skill when he participated in a 100-man battle full of level 60s in the past. This exemplified how rare of a skill it was. Its value was only slightly less than the skill book for Vital Strike. It didn't matter though, he would buy it anyway. Nai Yan glanced at the current bid, 2 silvers. Not only that, but the bidding price was constantly rising by at least 50 coppers each time. The ones who made bids on these uncommon and rare skills were usually wealthy players, teams, or maybe even guild leaders. More often times than not, they wouldn't mind spending a few silvers for the sake of a single skill book. 2 silvers and 50 coppers, 3 silvers, 3 silvers and 50 coppers. The fierce bidding on the parry skill book attracted the attention of many players. It's a rare skill. No wonder the bids are so high. 3 silvers, it was roughly the same amount that a team would make after clearing a common level 3 dungeon. Even then, the most they could earn would be 5 silvers. After a short while, the bidding came to a halt. The auctioned item would go to the highest bidder if 10 minutes passed without any further bids. 4 silvers, Nai Yan placed his bid. He was determined to get this parry skill book. 4 silvers and 50 coppers. He didn't know who, but someone increased the bid yet again. This price could terrify the overwhelming majority of players in the game. At this moment, it was simply a matter of which side was more willing to throw their money away. 5 silvers. Nai Yan increased his bid once more. No matter what, he'd still have many more opportunities to earn money in the future. This amount wasn't something he'd be lacking in the slightest. God damn! Who the hell is that rich to spend that much money for a single parry skill book? All of the players at the auction were already discussing it in private. A single thief skill book being auctioned for such a price. This was just too terrifying. There truly are a lot of wealthy people. The price didn't increase for a while. It seemed the other party had been scared off by Nai Yan's bid. The parry skill book entered his bag after 10 minutes passed. After learning the skill, he bought a vial of poison used by thieves to coat their daggers for 30 coppers. It could be applied 3 times before running out, and would cause an enemy to lose 10% of their defense after being poisoned. Finally, he was done purchasing everything he needed. Furthermore, the items he had auctioned earlier had been sold. Currently he still had 16 silvers remaining in his pockets. Despite having learned so many new skills, Nai Yan didn't need to practice with them at all. This was because he was highly familiar with both the thief skills and the profession itself. He could use these skills with ease right off the bat, thus his strength had increased significantly after learning them. Na Yan now had a lot more confidence when comparing himself to those who had started when the game first released. Using the game knowledge of his past life, he could now pave a path for his future development. Then in the future he could walk down this path unobstructed. Afterwards he crafted the silk cloths in his bag into bandages, which could be used in case of emergency. He also bought bread and other useful items that could replenish his strength. Furthermore, he now had a bag full of basic health potions and basic recovery potions. Intermediate Combat Medic, Skill Mastery 10/500. Should I head off and level then? Na Yan immediately thought of several leveling locations that were very suited for thieves to train in. Chapter 20, Killing a Red-named player. I suppose I'll check Spirit Myth Pond first. There should be a few treasure chests there, not to mention the drops aren't too bad either. Though I don't know whether or not the chests have already been found by someone else. Ding! While contemplating this matter, Na Yan suddenly received a notification. System, player Yao Zi, Young Sparrow Hawk, has sent you a friend request. Na Yan, it's me, Tang Yao said in an anxious tone. What's the matter? Na Yan asked. The anxiousness in Tang Yao's tone caused him to furrow his brows. I've been cornered at Levin Hills, Tang Yao said depressingly. The only person he could think of who could help him out at this moment was Na Yan. What? Who's got you cornered? People from the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild. There's at least 20 of them. All 5 of my teammates were killed by those bastards. Only I alone managed to escape. If it wasn't for Lazy Eye, Young Thunder, shielding me, then I would have died as well. Right now those guys are blocking the only 2 exits from Levin Hills. Lazy Eye was Na Yan and Tang Yao's classmate in middle school. However, unlike Tang Yao, he wasn't very close to Na Yan, as they had only made brief contact in the past. Radiant Sacred Flame. Na Yan had actually heard of this guild before. It was a large guild, similar to Victorious Return. In the past, around the time he had reached level 60, Conviction's developers implemented the guild ranking system. Radiant Sacred Flame was one of the guilds that had ranked in the top 60s. Even as the years went by, they never fell below the top 100. Hide well. I'll be there in just a moment, Na Yan advised. Tang Yao would very likely be killed if he was late by even a few moments. Dying meant the loss of a level. This would be an extremely unfortunate outcome for Tang Yao. Na Yan entered a scroll shop and bought 5 return scrolls, 5 basic haste scrolls, and 5 basic strength scrolls. He only needed to give Tang Yao a return scroll and the latter would be able to be safely teleported to the nearest city or town. As for the other scrolls, he prepared them in case he needed them later on. A single return scroll would cost upwards of 30 coppers. As for the basic haste and strength scrolls, they were slightly cheaper at 20 coppers each. Both these scrolls had a duration of 30 seconds. Basic haste scrolls would increase movement speed by 20%, whereas basic strength scrolls would increase strength by 5 points. For players who weren't so wealthy, these scrolls were items that many of them couldn't bear to use. No one would dare act like Na Yan and buy this many scrolls in one go. He also bought more basic health potions in preparation for the future. Na Yan put away the scrolls and hastily made his way towards the nearest transport point. He was equipped with bronze-grade equipment that gave stat bonuses such as dexterity +5 and move speed +2. As a result, his current movement speed vastly outstripped the average player. He quickly arrived at the transport point and teleported straight to Link Town. After emerging in the town, he immediately sprinted off towards the north. How do you guys get into a scuffle with them in the first place? We met a leader class monster in the area where we were hunting level 3 mobs. While we were fighting it, a group of people came over and tried to forcefully steal the kill from us, just because they had the advantage in numbers. In the end, our party's thief managed to grab a piece of bronze equipment when the leader class monster died. Those guys weren't willing to accept that, though, so they tried to kill us afterwards. Now 3 of them have their names marked red. Tang Yao seemed to be out of breath while he said all this. It appeared that he was still hiding from his pursuers. How much longer do you think you can hold out for? Luckily, Levin Hills is a pretty wide area. So as long as I keep moving around, they shouldn't even think about catching me within the next hour, especially considering how few people they have. That is, unless they call for more reinforcements. 1 hour is enough. I'll make sure to thoroughly have fun with them. Nai Yan was beginning to grow restless. He was equipped from head to toe with bronze-grade equipment and had learned many new skills. He was just itching to go, now that he had found new opponents to test them out on. What re you gonna do? This brother is going to vent some frustrations on your behalf, Nai Yan confidently replied. How many people do you have with you? Tang Yao asked, bewildered. He couldn't help but wonder if Nai Yan actually managed to bring a lot of people with him. None, just me. Is this some kind of joke? Tang Yao felt this was simply too ridiculous. Haha. What do you think? Nai Yan replied. At present, most players in the game weren't that strong. After all, they've only been playing the game for about a week. To put it simply, they were all still novices. Even guilds like Radiant Sacred Flame would be hard-pressed to find even a single member that could rival Nai Yan, let alone having the bottom-ranking runts facing him. I can't wipe them all out, but taking care of a few of them shouldn't be a problem. Nai Yan had 10 years of experience playing a thief. He knew all the skills used by each and every profession for PvP. Not to mention he understood combat strategies like the back of his hand. Even if they have more people, so what? Don't go getting yourself killed, though. If the situation starts looking dangerous and you can't help me, then so be it. Even if I die, I'll only lose 1 level. It's nothing to lose your head over. No worries. Find a place to hide and don't come out. Just sit back and watch. The entrance to Levin Hills was a small ravine that allowed only 3 to 4 people to pass through at a time. Steep vertical cliff faces flanked the ravine on both sides. There were 3 players guarding this entrance, a level 3 berserker, a level 3 elementalist, and a level 2 priest. Among the 3, only the elementalist had their name marked red. Their companions had already gone into chase after Tang Yao, leaving only these 3 to guard the entrance. And the hapless Tang Yao was trapped inside, just like a turtle in a jar. Damn! That bastard is as slippery as a loach. Even after all this, we still haven't managed to catch him. What's worse is that I don't even know when this red mark on my name is going to disappear. I can't even enter any towns or cities until it goes away, the elementalist cursed while chatting with his teammates. Captain Diane King, Blue Drop, don't be angry. There's no problem as long as you don't get killed by someone before your red name disappears. Besides, we gained a lot of profit from this. Each of those 5 people we killed dropped a piece of equipment, the Berserker consoled. Hey! Those 5 pieces of garbage aren't worth ass. If it weren't for those brats thinking they could actually steal our equipment, putting me in a shitty mood, then this old man wouldn't even have bothered with them, the elementalist named Diane King replied disdainfully. Captain Diane King, you're truly like an invincible god. You managed to single-handedly take out 3 of them by yourself. Remember when you cast Scorching Flame Explosion earlier? The way you used it was simply too exquisite. The priest next to him began flattering and fawning. Humph! Those 3 were just weak. It only took 1 Scorching Flame Explosion to take out over half of their health. If it weren't for their small amount of magic resistance, they surely wouldn't have survived. Diane King said, somewhat pleased with himself. The nearby berserker and priest were simply followers of this ill-tempered elementalist. It seemed that his position within the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild was rather high. The 3 chatted on idly like this. Ah! A red name. Looks like today's meal will be rather decent. Nai Yan cackled with a strange laugh while hiding far off in the distance. If a player with their name marked in bright red like this elementalist were to be killed, then not a single piece of equipment on their body would remain. Everything equipped would drop. Furthermore, the equipment this elementalist donned didn't look half bad. He wore a blazing red mage gown that resembled flowing flames. He held in his hands a dark crimson redwood mage staff with a fiery blaze that circulated at the top. It appeared to be a part of the fire chaser set, but Nai Yan himself wasn't too sure. This elementalist was going down a route that focused on fire damage. The high damage from his fire spells was going to be a slight pain to deal with. The nearby berserker also looked like he would be hard to handle. As for the priest by their side, he could simply be ignored. Most priests still haven't even learned heal this early in the game. Therefore, they would just follow the team from behind and leech experience. Diane King swept his eyes over the surroundings. The steep inclines of the nearby mountains made the background slightly difficult to blend into. However, Nai Yan had learned the enhanced stealth passive skill, so it wouldn't be much of a problem. He entered stealth and slowly moved towards those 3 players. He grasped the dagger in his right hand, holding it in a reverse grip, and slowly crept closer. At about 5 meters away, he was able to clearly make out the expressions on each of their faces. The elementalist Diane King felt something peculiar and glanced over the nearby area. Seeing this, Nai Yan quickly halted his steps and exercised control over his breathing. Seems this elementalist has a rather high awareness. Captain Diane King, what's wrong? The berserker asked with a bewildered expression. He looked around, but all he saw was empty space. Diane King searched the surroundings once more with a more focused gaze, but still didn't discover anything. He shook his head and said, nothing, probably just my imagination. Nai Yan faintly knitted his brows. He could tell this Diane King was experienced in piking, because he was able to vaguely sense Nai Yan's presence from such a far distance. The more points a player had in awareness, the easier it would be for them to detect hidden enemies such as thieves. I can't take my opponents too lightly. Nai Yan inwardly reminded himself. Numerous bitter experiences in the past reminded him that underestimating an opponent would often lead to defeat. Nai Yan lightly tread forward, occasionally altering his walking speed. After calming his mind, he gradually entered a thief's stealthing state, and completely merged with the background. Captain Dian King, who knows where that arcane mage could be hiding up in the hills? Maybe Bai Mao, White Hair, and the others have already lost him, the berserker said after taking a quick glance at Dian Kang's expression. Oh, Dian King absent-mindedly replied. That brat is pretty cunning. He nearly killed Dong Ziai, East Child, just now, the priest informed after looking at the party chat. His defense is too weak, Dian King answered back. He seemed preoccupied with something else. The berserker and priest were quite puzzled. What's going on with the captain? Why is he so absent-minded? By this time, Nai Yan had made his way behind Dian King, and was unable to see the expression on the latter's face. He was now only 2 meters away from Dian King. Nai Yan attentively gazed at his target's back. After making some quick measurements, he found that he was about 3 meters away from the other two. It's about time. He resembled a cheetah as he patiently stored up power in his legs before suddenly pouncing towards his target Dian King. Brat! I was waiting for you to show yourself. Dian King laughed sinisterly. He retreated back and brandished the staff in his hand. Fierce flame ring. He had discovered Nai Yan long ago. His 8 points of awareness weren't something to be trifled with. Even if they were stealthed, it would still be incredibly difficult for a thief to leave behind no traces in front of an expert. The elementalist had intended to lure Nai Yan closer so he could kill him with the help of the nearby berserker and priest. You took a fancy to this old man's equipment? Do you think you'll still have a life to snatch it with? Dian King smiled disdainfully. He thought Nai Yan was no more than a passing thief who was lusting after his equipment. One who was urged on after seeing his red name and the type of gear he was wearing. From the start, he never thought Nai Yan and Tang Yao were connected. Dian King finished casting his spell. Immediately, a blazing ring of fire emerged out of thin air, expanding outwards in every direction as it headed towards Nai Yan. After casting Fierce Flame Ring, the elementalist immediately retreated backwards. Nai Yan was assaulted by the sensation of scorching flames. Nai Yan was inwardly surprised. This guy's reaction speed is pretty quick. Thief! The nearby berserker and priest finally reacted to the situation and immediately began taking action. At present, it was much too dangerous for Nai Yan to turn his back on them and try to make an escape. If the berserker were to start off with charge, and then the elementalist and priest were to follow up with their attacks, he would undoubtedly die. Kill him! Dian King forced Nai Yan to halt his steps by casting Fierce Flame Ring. The berserker seized this opportunity and went to cut off his escape. Meanwhile, Dian King started putting more distance between himself and Nai Yan so that he could calmly cast spells from the back. How could Nai Yan not understand his intentions? He knew that retreating at this moment was the same as asking Dian King to barrage him with spells. With a flick of a finger, a scroll appeared in his hand. Although he was a little regretful, he still used it without the slightest bit of hesitation. System, your movement speed has been increased by 20% for 30 seconds. Nai Yan's base movement speed was already quite high. However, with the 20% increase, it had reached an astonishing level. He welcomed the oncoming blaze head-on and rushed forward. Boom! An explosion rang out as the fierce flame ring struck Nai Yan. 35. System, the opposing party lead by player Diane King, Blue Drop, has taken the initiative to attack you. You are free to retaliate in legitimate self-defense. Time, 30 minutes. The retaliation period increased to 30 minutes when facing a small party. It would increase even further in team battles or guild wars. The magic damage from Diane Kang's fierce flame ring was quite high. If Nai Yan hadn't changed his old gear to his current bronze-grade equipment, this fierce flame ring would have surely taken out at least the greater half of his health. Sparks scattered in every direction as Nai Yan rushed through the fierce flame ring, rapidly drawing closer to Diane Kang. He stabbed out with his dagger, aiming directly at his opponent's chest. Diane King had originally hoped that his fierce flame ring would force Nai Yan to withdraw. He never thought that Nai Yan would be so unwavering in his offense, pushing ahead instead of retreating. His speed was even faster than it was just moment prior. Moreover, he hadn't expected that his spell would do so little damage to Nai Yan. He honestly thought that it would deal around 50 damage at the very least. He hastily retreated backwards while casting small fireball. Assassinate. Splash. Blood gushed out and splattered everywhere. Nai Yan had met the spell head-on as his dagger penetrated Diane Kang's chest. Finally, within melee range, his dagger flashed with a chilling light. This wasn't the first time Diane King had faced a thief in combat, but it was definitely the first time he had felt such enormous pressure. Nai Yan's damage was quite high and his movements were extremely quick. He used a scroll. Diane King hurriedly drew back and pulled out a talisman for his next spell. As he put some distance between himself and his opponent, he prepared to cast Scorching Flame Explosion. Scorching Flame Explosion required 5 syllables, 2 gestures, and a magic catalyst to cast. The spell wouldn't cast if even one of these components were missing. Fortunately, the talismans could be bought in stores and weren't expensive at all. The berserker came around from the side, then leapt into the air and cleaved down towards Nai Yan with Flame Slash. He was covering for Diane King so that the latter could cast their spell. The two had fairly good teamwork. The berserker had managed to block Nai Yan at a crucial time. Red-colored fire elements began rapidly coalescing. In Diane Kang's arsenal of spells, Scorching Flame Explosion had the highest amount of damage. If the opponent's magic resistance was low, it was even possible for them to be instantly killed on the spot. The magic resistance of thieves could only be considered average. Their base magic resistance was equal to 60% of their defense. The casting time for Scorching Flame Explosion was 5 seconds. Seeing the berserker leap at him from the side, Nai Yan waited until the edge of the oncoming blade was in front of his eyes. In that moment, Nai Yan swiftly and elegantly raised his dagger, parrying the blow. The 3-inch dagger and berserker's great sword clashed against each other. A sharp metallic sound rang out, jolting both players at the same time. The berserker's great sword struggled to advance by even half an inch. Diane King continued retreating backwards while chanting out cryptic-sounding syllables one after another. His voice radiated out with a muffled yet explosive power. This voice was beckoning the elements to his call. Bang! A ray of holy light had struck Nai Yan, dealing 13 damage. Although this priest's damage output was limited, he still continued to attack Nai Yan regardless. Nai Yan quickly went in pursuit of Dian King once more after he had parried the berserker's attack. The elementalist's heart shook in awe after witnessing this thief who was still advancing forward, even after facing an onslaught of fierce attacks. What a valiant thief! Nai Yan clearly understood that he had no time to think because he would lose his life if he hesitated in the slightest. In order to preserve his life, he could only put it at stake. He bravely faced the enemy head-on so that he could achieve victory. Countless years of PvP experience from his past life gave Nai Yan extremely sharp instincts. He wouldn't lose. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, blazing flames were rapidly coalescing into a huge mass atop Dian Kang's staff. Soon the flames had rotated into a chaotic mass of deadly scorching fire essence. Nai Yan dashed forward at full speed and arrived in front of Dian Kang. Concussive strike. In the end, Dian King was just a step slower. Nai Yan bashed his dagger into the elementalist's skull. The scorching flame explosion rapidly collapsed before completely dissipating into thin air. Concussive strike had the effect of interrupting attacks. Therefore Nai Yan attacking Dian King with concussive strike in the middle of casting caused Dian Kang's spell to be cancelled. Nai Yan felt the tight heartstrings in his chest loosen by a bit. I barely made it. If I had let him successfully cast Scorching Flame Explosion, I just can't imagine what sort of consequences there would have been. The Berserker's Flame Slash had been parried, and in the blink of an eye, Nai Yan had already gotten out of his attack range. Furthermore, he had also managed to interrupt and stun Dian Kang. Too fast. The Berserker felt a chill in his heart. Nai Yan's speed was much faster than any other thief he had seen before. However, he didn't have the time to continue staring out blankly. He brandished his sword and activated charge. The Berserker resembled a tank as he came crashing forward in Nai Yan's direction. Vital Strike. Nai Yan completely ignored the incoming Berserker. He took advantage of Dian Kang's dazed state to activate Vital Strike and pierce his dagger into Dian Kang's heart. System: Vital Strike successful. Attack plus 5%, causing additional damage. The 60 or so health Dian King had remaining immediately started to plummet, then completely disappeared. Thud. Everything he was wearing, from his upper body to his lower body, dropped. From his headgear to his mage robes, gloves, pants, and boots, not a single piece of equipment remained. Every single piece of equipment had dropped and fallen on the ground. System: You have killed a red name player, and receive fame +1. In the game, it was possible to receive a little fame for killing a player who had their name marked in red. However, you wouldn't receive any more fame after killing the same red-named player more than 3 times. Killing red-named players wasn't the only way to earn fame, though. Players would also receive it for completing missions. The higher a player's fame, the easier it would be to receive certain missions. Fame would also allow players to receive more preferential treatment in towns and cities. By the time Nai Yan had killed Dian Kang, the charging Berserker had finally arrived and came slashing down with his sword. Nai Yan dodged by sidestepping, and their shoulders brushed as the charging berserker missed his target. Nai Yan was right before his eyes. The berserker had been absolutely certain his attack would hit Nai Yan. He never expected that Nai Yan would actually dodge all of a sudden, leaving him to continue charging far off into the distance. All of the captain's equipment dropped. "Quickly, pick it up," the berserker anxiously shouted. Dian King was an important figure within the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild and someone who frequently participated in guild dungeon runs. Every piece of equipment on his body was extremely valuable and rare. Even if you compared it to the entire guild, it would still be considered more valuable. If one were to estimate their value, they would be worth more than 10 silvers. However, the dropped equipment was just too far away from him. When he looked back, he found that Nai Yan was already beginning to pick the equipment up. The priest quickly ran over to where Dian King dropped his equipment after dying. Just prior, he had run off into the distance, casting spells from the back in order to evade Nai Yan. How could he possibly make it back in time to grab some of the equipment? Just as Nai Yan had bent over and stuffed 2 pieces of equipment in his bag, a ray of holy light struck his body. 17. A damage value floated above Nai Yan's head. Linear slash. The berserker came leaping forward with his sword, slashing towards Nai Yan. Nai Yan ignored the oncoming berserker's slash and continued stuffing one piece of equipment after another into his bag. "Ah, that's everything. Picking up equipment sure does make a person happy." By the time he lifted his head back up, the berserker had already arrived in front of him. Bang! The berserker's sword aura struck Nai Yan's body, causing him to lose 22 health. Nai Yan only had 23 health remaining, yet he still maintained a cool head. He rapidly fell back and drank a basic health potion. "Brat! Let's see if I can't hack you to death." Dian King had been killed. If he didn't kill Nai Yan, then he would have a hard time facing Dian King. As a result, he frantically pursued Nai Yan with bloodshot eyes.